Chapter 592. Mo Ruyun, who had been pampered since he was young, did not know that even if his mother was here, she would also be scared to the point of kneeling and kowtowing. His reaction attracted Mo Xiaoyao's interest. Raising his head to look at him, he calmly said, "This is the person Mo Jingqi chose." The eunuch had a bitter expression, not daring to answer. How could the sixth prince be chosen by the emperor? This was clearly a choice with no other choice. It was just that the sixth prince had been pampered by the emperor since he was young, and his birth mother status was too low to speak. He was taught by the people in the palace that even though he was already 9 years old, he was not as smart as a 4 or 5-year-old child. Mo Viyun proudly said, "That's right, this prince is really the sixth prince. Since you know, why haven't you come to pay your respects?" "Pooh!" Mo Xiaobao laid on Mo Xiaoyao's lap, his eyes wide open as he looked at this strange prince who seemed to have eyes growing on top of his head. Was he really not afraid of his father at all? Mo Xiaoyao smiled as he patted Mo Xiaobao's head. "What are you laughing at?" Mo Xiaobao blinked his large eyes. "Father is going to pay his respects to the prince. Your father hasn't even paid his respects to the emperor. What is there to pay respects to the prince?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Mo Xiaobao comfortably closed his eyes, lying on Mo Xiaoyao's lap to bask in the sun. "That's good. I also don't want to pay my respects to the prince." If his father was going to pay his respects to the prince, then didn't that mean he would also have to pay his respects to this silly prince in front of him? It really was too shameful. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to pinch his son's small cheeks, saying, "It's easy if you don't want to pay respects. As long as you have the ability to make others pay respects to you, then you naturally don't need to pay respects to others." Mo Xiaobao disdainfully snorted. "This young master naturally has the ability." "This young master?" Mo Xiaoyao sneered, his hand mercilessly pinching Mo Xiaobao's little but where Yili couldn't see. Despicable. "Mother, Lord Father is bullying me." Mo Xiaoyao's grip caused Xiaobao to toss and turn his arms. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I just taught you this. If you don't want others to bully you, you have to rely on yourself. Before you have the ability, just obediently let Father bully you. There's no future in complaining." "Woo-woo." Mo Xiaobao pitifully looked at his mother who was watching the show from the side. Yili smiled and shrugged at him. She wanted to help but was unable to. Young Master Mo was very tactful and immediately said to Mo Xiaoyao with a calm face, "Lord Father, this child was wrong. Please spare me." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yili. "When did this kid learn to be flexible?" Yili smiled faintly. "He has always been flexible." This was the truth. Other than in front of his father, Mo Xiaobao rarely suffered because of his pride. First, he couldn't put down his face. Second, he was certain that his father wouldn't really do anything to him. Now it seemed that even the last problem of his pride was solved. Therefore, young Master Mo could be invincible in the future. Mo looked at the warm and harmonious scene in front of her, but her heart was very uncomfortable. The sixth prince grew up in the palace. Mo Jingqi's love for him even surpassed the crown prince and his brother, who were somewhat dull because of noble consort Lu's indifference. But even so, Mo Ruyun didn't dare to cause trouble in front of her Lord Father. Looking at the 5 to 6-year-old boy in front of her who was lying in the arms of the handsome, white-haired Prince Ding, Mo Ruyun felt that something strange was spreading in her heart. Looking at the smile on Mo Xiaobao's face, she also felt that it was particularly dazzling. Mo Xiaoyao and Mo Xiaobao were playing and didn't pay attention to it. The eunuch kneeling on the ground clearly saw Mo Ruyun's expression. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The people in front of him weren't people that a small sixth prince like him could offend. If he angered Prince Ding, not to mention the emperor wanting Prince Ding to support him, he might even lose his little life here. The Prince Ding mansion's upbringing isn't that good. Mo Ruyun finally didn't let down the worries of her subordinates. She stared at Mo Xiaobao and suddenly blurted out. Hearing this, the 3 people who were originally smiling all quieted down. Yili slightly frowned and looked at Mo Ruyun, saying, "The Prince Ding mansion's upbringing, I'm afraid that the sixth prince doesn't need to judge." "Sixth prince, Please go back. Our place is small and can't accommodate someone of your noble status. Yili was really angry. Mo Ryun's words were not only directed at Mo Xiaobao, but also the entire Prince Ding mansion and the people who taught Mo Xiaobao. As for the reason he said this, Yili naturally could see it. It wasn't because he had any grudges with the Prince Ding mansion. It was only because he was jealous of Mo Xiaobao, a prince who had been doted on since he was young. But because of this little bit of jealousy, he actually spoke ill of others. This kind of character was enough to make people dislike him. This prince didn't say anything wrong. Mo Ryun didn't think that Yili would ask him to leave as soon as he opened his mouth. Although his mother wasn't doted on in the palace, his imperial father liked him. Even the son of noble consort Lu, who was doted on, had to yield to him. The upbringing of my son is only for us parents to worry about. I wonder what status does the sixth prince have to worry about this matter? Yili indifferently asked. Mo Ryun was speechless and could only fiercely glare at Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao wasn't willing to jump out and argue with him at this time. It would make him seem like he really didn't have any upbringing. He arrogantly snorted and hid in Mo Xiaoyao's embrace. Imperial father, this child was wrong. This child will go back and properly ask maternal grandfather about etiquette. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He said to Zhuo Jing and the others who were waiting on the side, "Invite the sixth prince back." Zhuo Jing waved his hand, and the guards naturally came forward to send the guest off. The eunuch who was still holding the imperial edict remembered his duty and hurriedly said, "Prince Ding, this is the emperor's decree." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "What does Emperor Chu's decree have to do with I? You can take it back. Tell Mo Jingqi that his taste is really good." The eunuch who delivered the edict also knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only put away the imperial edict and say, "The emperor has already given the order to unseal the Prince Ding mansion and return the Prince Ding mansion's properties in the capital that were seized to the prince. The end is simple and crude. I ask that the prince move back to the mansion to rest, so that Wang Fei and He Shixi will not be wronged." Mo Xiaoyao looked at the eunuch with a smile and said with a smile, "You really know how to speak. Go back and tell Mo Jingqi. I will accept this gift." It was finally done. The eunuch let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly left respectfully. After sending off this large group of people, Yili frowned and said, "What is Mo Jingqi's intention now? Is this the good show you were talking about?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Isn't it a good show? I've already said that Mo Jingqi, this person, has a fickle personality. He is usually ruthless when he turns hostile. He has favored noble consort Lu for many years. For her sake, he went against the Empress Dowager and ignored the Empress. If it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted some face, I'm afraid that he would favor the concubine and destroy the wife. Because of this, he is on the verge of death. When he suddenly learns of noble consort Lu's actions, whether it is true or not, he will resent noble consort Lu. If he wants to be even more extreme, he will hate noble consort Lu to the bone. Yesterday, he was provoked by the Empress Dowager and I. Right now, he won't care about the Chu state's territory. As long as he can get revenge on Mo Jingli, his mother, and the Lu family, what can't he do?" "You're saying that Mo Jingqi has completely lost his mind?" Yili said with a frown. "It's not that he has completely lost his mind. In this life, he has always been half crazy and half insane. He doesn't hate the Prince Ding mansion. In the beginning, he only dealt with the Prince Ding mansion because he was afraid that the Prince Ding mansion would threaten his throne. But now, he is about to die. I also didn't threaten his throne. On the contrary, his mother, brother, and the people who sleep next to him are all plotting against him. Compared to I, he only hates them. Right now, let alone the Prince Ding mansion, even if I wanted to be the regent, he would agree. He has already been blinded by hatred. He only wants revenge." Mo Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Yili pondered for a moment. It was really as Mo Xiaoyao said. In fact, Mo Jingqi's personality wasn't suitable to be the emperor. He was too sensitive and paranoid. His intelligence could only be considered average. It was because he knew his own mediocrity that he was even more uneasy. Once he had power, it was very easy for him to go to extremes. Just like the matter of the Prince Ding Mansion. The imperial family wanted to take away the Prince Ding Mansion's power. It definitely wasn't something that only happened in the past 2 generations. However, with so many emperors, not a single one was as rough as him. However, it was probably because he caught them off guard that he almost succeeded. It was a pity that the heavens didn't want to destroy the Prince Ding Mansion. It could only be said that it was the will of the heavens. In short, Mo Jingqi was someone who was very bad at balance. The most important thing for an emperor was to understand the way of balance. Xiaoyao already knew this would happen. Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. After dealing with him for so many years, I can be considered to have some understanding of him. It's a pity. Even if the Prince Ding Mansion has been loyal to the Dechu state for generations, I definitely won't agree to his request this time. His wishful thinking will be for naught. Why? Yili raised an eyebrow. Although Mo Jingqi's move was a messy one, it wasn't a bad one. Once this self-condemnation decree was released, if Mo Jingqi died, the Prince Ding Mansion's refusal would only cause criticism among the people. It wasn't that the people didn't know how to distinguish between right and wrong, but that the people placed too much importance on the self-condemnation decree. In the past dynasties, as long as it wasn't that they couldn't survive, there was almost no problem that the self-condemnation decree couldn't solve. No matter what the emperor did, as long as the self-condemnation decree was released, the people would forgive them. After all, the idea of being loyal to the emperor had always lingered in the minds of the people. Mo Xiaoyao sighed slightly. He lowered his head to look at Mo Xiaobao, who had already fallen asleep in his embrace. After the ruckus just now, Mo Xiaobao had fallen asleep after listening to his parents talk for less than a quarter of an hour. There was even transparent drool hanging from the side of his mouth. This kid looks very obedient, but he's actually very confident and arrogant. He's even more arrogant than I was when I was young. I'm afraid that when he grows up, he won't be inferior to others. Moreover, now that the Prince Ding Mansion has already broken free from the cage of the Dechu state, it's up to him in the future. Could it be that I, as his father, can personally lock him back in? After the events of the past few years, who wouldn't have any grudges in their hearts? When the time comes, it'll just be a repeat of the Prince Ding Mansion's many years of predicament. Yili understood what he meant. Even if the royal family kept their promise, Mo Xiaoyao had great power in this generation, and the Prince Ding Mansion's wealth would be unparalleled. Their future generations would once again fall into the same predicament they had experienced, or even worse. No matter what other people think, Xiaobao and I will always be by your side. Yili said softly, I know that we will always be together. Chapter 593. Once the decree came out, the entire capital was shaken. In an instant, there was an endless stream of people who came to the inn to visit Prince Ding. It was as if a scene of Prince Ding Fu being revived had appeared in front of her eyes. Of course, no one thought that Prince Ding would not be able to defeat Prince Li, nor did they think that Prince Ding did not even plan to participate in this battle. The nobles who had already boarded the princely manor or the Liu family's ship could not help but complain in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. It was easy to get on the ship, but hard to get off. It was too late to regret. At this time, in the imperial palace, the empress was sitting on a phoenix chair, frowning as she listened to the 6th prince angrily complain about the grievances he had suffered. Looking at the angry and resentful child in front of her, the empress shook her head in disappointment. Beside her, consort Zheng Xian was also disappointed. When she heard Mo Ruiyun clamoring for imperial father to punish them, she could not help but slap him. The 6th prince was stunned by this sudden slap. He touched his face and looked at consort Zheng Xian in a daze, unable to say anything. The empress sighed and softly said, What's the use of hitting him now? All these years, she had been grounded in the palace, and the power of the harem had fallen into the hands of consort Liu. Consort Liu was the reason why the 6th prince had been taught this way, but consort Zheng Xian, as his mother, had also neglected her duty. Even she, the empress, was, Imperial mother, why did you hit me? The 6th prince finally recovered and angrily asked consort Zheng Xian. He had clearly been wronged outside. It was fine if Imperial Mother did not help him vent his anger, but she actually hit him? How could Mo Ryun, who had always been pampered, endure this? Seeing that her son did not seem to understand her intentions, Consort Jung Xian could not help but burst into tears. She threw herself into a chair and cried bitterly. Seeing Imperial Mother like this, Mo Ryun pouted and muttered, "Since Imperial Mother does not help son vent his anger, son will go find Imperial Father. Imperial Father likes me, so he will definitely help me. I will catch that brat from the Prince Ding mansion and beat him up. I will make him my servant." "Shut up." Consort Jung Xian was so scared that her face turned pale. She pulled Mo Ryun and said, "Prince Ding is an elder. In terms of seniority, even that Prince Ding is a generation older than you. You just have to listen to what they say and remember it. Don't speak nonsense." How could Mo Ryun be willing to listen? He said unhappily, "I'm a prince. Why should I listen to them? I must make Imperial Father punish them severely." After saying that, she pushed Zhang Xianfei's hand away and ran out. Seeing this, the Empress, who was sitting on the phoenix chair, slammed the table and said sternly, "Stop the sixth prince." Since the sixth prince was stopped, he was naturally furious and threatened to kill these eunuchs and palace maids. The Empress stared at him and said coldly, "I was the one who wanted to stop you. Are you going to kill I too? Take him away and keep an eye on the sixth prince. If he runs out, you will be held accountable." Mo Ryun was still a bit afraid of this mother that he had only seen a few times. Seeing that the Empress was truly angry, he didn't dare to cause trouble and obediently went to the inner hall. The Empress rubbed her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Xianfei, saying, "Don't cry. Prince Ding won't argue with an ignorant child. Now that you have seen it clearly, is Ryun suitable for that position?" Zhang Xianfei was a bit embarrassed and stopped crying. She came from a small family. Knowing that her son had a chance to ascend the throne, she would become the Empress Dowager. How could she not be moved? But now, seeing her son's ignorant appearance, she had been in the palace for so many years and had some experience. Leaving the palace once, he had offended the entire Prince Ding mansion. He didn't know what was important and what was not. Even if he ascended the throne, he wouldn't be able to sit for more than a few days before being harmed. Woo, it's all because of that slut. That slut led my son astray. Woo, Empress, you have to make a decision for this concubine. Zhang Xianfei's heart was filled with hatred for noble consort Lu. These years, the emperor had doted on noble consort Lu and had given her the entire harem. As the birth mother of a prince, she could only see her son twice a year. Now that her son had been taught to be like this, her dream of becoming the Empress Dowager was shattered. How could she not hate noble consort Lu? The Empress impatiently waved her hand and said, "Enough. What's the use of saying this now?" Regarding Mo Jingqi's suggestion, the Empress had completely suppressed it. With the sixth prince's character, what could he teach? She could sacrifice herself for the imperial family, because she was the Empress. She was married to Mo Jingqi, but she couldn't sacrifice the Hua family for the imperial family and Mo Jingqi. The Hua family had done enough for the Dechu state. This concubine knows her wrongs. Zhang Xianfei wiped her tears and knelt on the ground. This concubine doesn't ask for my son to have any great achievements. I only ask that he be safe. He's not sensible. It's all my fault for not befriending him. I beg Empress to plead with Prince Ding on behalf of this concubine and ask him to forgive my son. You can get up. The Empress sighed. I said before that although Prince Ding isn't a magnanimous person, he won't get angry over an insensible child. If I can see Princess Ding later, I will tell her. But Ryun, you really need to teach him well. Don't mention the imperial family. It's a taboo even in a normal family. Zhang Xianfei quickly thanked her and promised to teach the sixth prince well. After bidding farewell, the Empress went to the rear hall to pick up the sixth prince. Looking at her departing figure, the Empress sighed softly. How long could she be the Empress? Zhang Xianfei? Whether or not the Empress could teach the sixth prince had nothing to do with her. Forget it. At least her Wuyo was living peacefully in the northwest. This was very good. The eunuch who had followed Mo Ryun to deliver the edict returned to the palace to report that Mo Xiaoyao had refused to accept the edict. Mo Jingqi was silent for a long time before he weakly waved his hand to have the eunuch leave. The eunuch who had delivered the edict seemed to have been pardoned and quickly left. The moment he turned to close the door, he saw the emperor sitting on the dragon throne with a never-before-seen savagery and madness in his gloomy eyes. His heart trembled, and he quickly closed the door. With the emperor's edict, the subordinates were very efficient. The original Princeton mansion had only been sealed up. Because of the influence the Princeton mansion had on the Dechu state, Mo Jingqi did not dare to use the mansion for other purposes in a short period of time. So after the mansion was reopened, the people needed to clean it up again. 2 days later, they came to report to Mo Xiaoyao and asked Prince Ding and Wang Fei to move back to the Wang Fu. Mo Xiaoyao naturally would not be polite. This Wang Fu was the foundation of the Prince Ding mansion's ancestors. It was also where the Prince Ding lived for the past 200 years. When they had first settled in the northwest and given up on the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao still had people secretly take care of this place. So even after 6 or 7 years, the entire Wang Fu was still very well preserved. When the family of 3 officially moved into Ding Palace, the number of people who came to pay their respects naturally increased. This proved that the previous imperial edict was not false. The Prince Ding mansion was really going to return to the Dechu state in Jing. Chapter 594. Although Mo Xiaoyao refused most of the visitors, he couldn't refuse some of them. In the afternoon, when they returned to the prince's mansion, the guards outside came to report that Great Elder Princess Fuxi and Xiaoyang Princess wanted to see the prince. Xiaoyang Princess was easy to persuade, but Great Elder Princess couldn't refuse. He had to ask someone to invite them in. Great Elder Princess was now 80 years old, much older than a few years ago. Although she looked good, her health was obviously not as good as before. Supported by Xiaoyang Princess and maids, she slowly walked in. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili immediately took Mo Xiaobao to greet her. Great Elder Princess. Great Elder Princess looked at Mo Xiaoyao with white hair standing in front of her calmly. A trace of heartache and relief flashed across her wrinkled face. She looked at Mo Xiaoyao helplessly and said, "It seems that you really hate the royal family so much that you don't even want to recognize me as your aunt." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and still called her aunt. Great Elder Princess was delighted. Her eyes fell on Mo Xiaobao, who was standing aside, and her eyes lit up with affection. "Is this little Yu Chen? He looks like you when you were a child." Xiaoyang Princess smiled and said, "Aunt, Xiaoyang thinks this little heir looks more lovable than Xiaoyao when he was a child." Great Elder Princess nodded with a smile and said, "Yes." Mo Xiaobao was not timid. Standing beside Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, he gracefully stepped forward and bowed to them. "Nice to meet you, and Xiaoyang." Good boy, good boy," Great Elder Princess said with a smile. She took out a dagger she carried with her and handed it to Mo Xiaobao, saying, "I didn't prepare a gift for you. Take this little thing and play with it." It was a small and exquisite dagger. The hilt and scabbard were inlaid with all kinds of gemstones. Once the dagger was pulled out, the blade was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. It was obviously a treasure dagger. Xiaobao turned to look at his parents. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Keep it." Mo Xiaobao also liked this little thing very much, so he was happy to hear his father's words. He took the dagger with both hands and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, madam." His cute little face was serious and respectful, which made Great Elder Princess applaud him repeatedly. Xiaoyang Princess took out a jade pendant and handed it to Mo Xiaobao. She smiled and said, "And he doesn't have a sword to give you. This jade pendant looks good. You Chun, keep it and play with it." Mo Xiaobao accepted the gifts and thanked Xiaoyang Princess. Great Elder Princess and Xiaoyang Princess looked at the little bun, who was only as tall as Mo Xiaoyao's thigh. Not only was he handsome, but his temperament showed that he was well educated. Thinking of the children in the emperor's palace, they found that the emperor had many princes, but they were not as good as the 4 or 5-year-old child in the Prince Ding mansion. Looking at the gentle and elegant Princess Ding, who was standing beside Mo Xiaoyao, they couldn't help but sigh. Only such a woman could give birth to and raise such an excellent son. Aunt, Jiayang Princess, it's still a little cold now. Why don't we sit inside? Yili chuckled and led them to the hall. Now that they had just moved back, there were not many people in the Prince Ding mansion. There were no more than 100 guards and maids in total, which was less than 1/3 of the previous number. Therefore, the big mansion looked particularly quiet and bleak. After entering the hall, the guests and the host took their seats. Great Elder Princess pulled Mo Xiaobao to the front and asked him carefully. Mo Xiaobao had a good impression of this old man who was as amiable as his grandfather, so he answered her question seriously. Jiayang Princess beside them couldn't help laughing and said, "It turns out that the little heir is taught by Mr. Qingyun himself. No wonder he has such a temperament at such a young age. How is Mr. Qingyun now?" Yili said with a smile, "Although my grandfather is old, he is still healthy. Occasionally, he will teach the students of the academy. Qin'er really benefited a lot from being raised by him." Great Elder Princess looked at Mo Xiaobao with a smile, then looked up at Yili and Mo Xiaoyao and sighed. The emperor did something stupid. Is Mr. Qingyun used to living in the Northwest? Yili said, "Aunt, thank you for your concern. My grandfather used to travel around the world when he was young. Although the Northwest is a bit colder than Yinzhou, it's still bearable. My grandfather has been relaxed these years, and his spirit is much better than before." Great Elder Princess and Jiayang Princess looked at each other and fell silent. They naturally understood what Yili meant. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili must also know why they came here. However, in their positions, there were many things they had to do even if they didn't want to. Mo Xiaoyao held the teacup, stared at the tea in the cup calmly, and said nothing. Yili's lips curled into a smile, but she had no intention of speaking again. For a moment, there was a touch of dignity and awkwardness in the hall. After a long time, Great Elder Princess sighed, looked at Mo Xiaoyao, and said, "Xiaoyao, what do you think of the Emperor's imperial edict?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and said with a faint smile, "Aunt, you are my elder. For the sake of your care for me, I shouldn't lie to you." Xiaoyao has also told the Emperor this. The Prince Ding mansion has already cut off all ties with the Dechu state. The Emperor's edict means nothing to the Prince Ding mansion. Great Elder Princess closed her eyes, and her wrinkled face looked more tired and haggard. Is it really irreversible? After all, the Prince Ding mansion and the royal family. After all, we're still a family. Mo Xiaoyao smiled coldly. The hatred of killing my father and brother, the hatred of tens of thousands of heroes of the Mahist army, and the fact that the Prince Ding mansion ruled the Northwest these years. Who can forget it? The royal family of the Dechu state can't. Nor can the Prince Ding mansion, the Mahist army, and I can't. Forget it. I know I can't persuade you. Great Elder Princess didn't force him and just shook her head helplessly. She watched Mo Xiaoyao grow up and experience so many things. Now Mo Xiaoyao seemed as calm as the sea and unfathomable. But the turbulent waves at the bottom of the sea were no gentler than the fiery waves when he was a teenager. For many things, once he made up his mind, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would never turn back. But the current situation of the Dechu state, without the support of the Prince Ding mansion, Great Elder Princess didn't know what kind of situation it would face. Just looking at the ministers and nobles who were arguing with each other in the Qingjing Hall, Great Elder Princess, who was known as an iron fist when she was young but now had gray hair, only felt a burst of powerlessness in her heart. They were all old. Emperor Taizu was a genius, but now the Dechu state had no successor. Since Great Elder Princess gave up persuading him, Jiayang Princess naturally didn't say anything more. She didn't have Great Elder Princess's strategy, but she had sacrificed her life's happiness for the Dechu state. A princess's marriage was presided over by a duke, so she was called a princess. As a royal princess, she had no right to refute. Therefore, when her brother needed to form an alliance with Nanzhao, she had to marry the Prince of Nanzhao without any regrets. When the Chu state no longer needed this consort of Nanzhao, She had to live as a widow for the rest of her life without any regrets. Now, if the Dechu state fell because of the incompetence of his descendants, all she could do was to be buried with him. Great Elder Princess knew Imo Xiaoyao well, and so did Xiaoyang Princess. So the reason why she accompanied Great Elder Princess today was that she wanted to see Imo Xiaoyao and the little heir that she had never met before. After putting aside their positions, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became much more harmonious. In fact, Great Elder Princess was probably entrusted by Mo Jingqi to persuade him. As for the result, Great Elder Princess had already known in her heart before she came. Therefore, she didn't persuade him very much. She just roughly understood Mo Xiaoyao's intention. If she took a step back, she could still save some old friendship. In this case, when the Emperor, Xiaoyao, go back to the northwest as soon as possible. The capital, I'm afraid there won't be any peaceful days. Great Elder Princess sighed. Princess, can you and Aunt Xiaoyang go back to the northwest with us? Mo Xiaobao looked up at Great Elder Princess and said crisply. Great Elder Princess was stunned. She looked at Mo Xiaobao lovingly and shook her head, saying, I can't go to the northwest with you. Why? Mo Xiaobao tilted his little head and asked in confusion. In Mo Xiaobao's opinion, there were great-grandpas, uncles, and many good people in Glass City. They were much more fun than the Chu capital. In Glass City, he could run around and play by himself, but in the Chu capital, he couldn't even go out and play with little Dummy Long. Second Uncle Long said that there were too many bad people in the Chu capital, so children couldn't go out to play. Great Elder Princess said softly, because Granny's home is here. Oh, Mo Xiaobao didn't quite understand. His parents' home was in Glass City. If she asked him to live in the Chu capital all the time, he wouldn't agree. That's why Grandaunt Huang can't bear to leave home. Mo Xiaoyao put down the teacup and looked at Great Elder Princess, saying, Aunt, Mo Jingqi should think about the future instead of working on me. It's not that the Prince Ding mansion can't support the young master, but it won't do it again. What was the origin of the disaster of the Prince Ding mansion? Wasn't it because his father supported the former emperor? The Prince Ding mansion had made outstanding contributions. In addition, they supported the young master to be the regent, which had made the royal family vigilant against the Prince Ding mansion. Since ancient times, how many powerful officials could have a good ending? Now that Prince Ding Fu had come to this stage, it was determined that they would not turn back. Great Elder Princess smiled helplessly. It was not that Mo Jingqi still didn't know what was important. It was that he had no choice at all. Except for the two sons of noble consort Lu, there were almost no good princes in the imperial harem. If the crown prince really ascended the throne and the Lu family was in power, Great Elder Princess could imagine the situation without guessing. Facing the current situation, Great Elder Princess was powerless even if she wanted to. They looked regretfully at Mo Xiaobao, who was sitting beside them. If one of the princes had 70% of Prince Ding's heir apparent intelligence, these old bones, would do their best to help the little prince become a talent. Unfortunately. Chapter 595. In the study of Prince Li's mansion, Mo Jingli's face was distorted and full of anger. Even the most favored Princess Xixia did not dare to approach him. By the time Mo Jingli finally finished venting the anger in his heart, the entire study was already in a mess. The counselors and subordinates of Prince Li's mansion, standing in the corner, naturally did not dare to speak. Princess Xixia had to muster up the courage to say, Prince, it's not convenient to discuss here. Why don't we move to the side hall? Mo Jingli snorted and walked out of the study. The others hurriedly followed him. Prince, what happened? Sitting down in the side hall outside the study, someone finally summoned up the courage to ask. Mo Jingli said coldly. After Great Elder Princess and Xiaoyang Princess left the palace, they went to see Mo Xiaoyao. Everyone was shocked. Emperor, what do you mean? Mo Jingli sneered and said. What else can he mean? Of course, he asked Great Elder Princess to intercede with Mo Xiaoyao. He has been competing with Mo Xiaoyao all his life. At the end of the day, he got over it. Everyone immediately frowned and shook their heads. Prince, if this is the case, it will be very unfavorable for us. The emperor would rather give up the previous grudges and suspicion of Prince Ding Mansion to ask for help from Prince Ding. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Prince Li's mansion. Mo Jingli snorted and said disdainfully, Mo Xiaoyao will not agree. What's more, even if Mo Xiaoyao agrees to help, how can I be so easy to deal with now? Everyone looked at the cold-faced man in front of them and was stunned. It took them a while to come to their senses. Wasn't it? Prince Li was no longer the Prince Li of many years ago. He was the Prince Regent of the Chu State, and he controlled half of the richest southern part of the Chu State. Not to mention that Prince Ding's influence was now in the northwest. Even if the Prince Ding Mansion was at its peak in the Chu capital, it would not be able to deal with Prince Li in a short period of time. What plans does the prince have? I'm afraid His Majesty will not, a strategist said with a frown. They had originally hoped that the Empress Dowager could persuade His Majesty to officially pass the title to Li Wang. In fact, this idea itself was somewhat whimsical. With the emperor's temperament, even if the fish dies and the net splits, he would not let the throne fall into the hands of the person who killed him. Mo Jingli frowned. He pondered for a moment and said, spread the news. The Liu family must hear it. Just say that the emperor intends to pass the throne to the sixth prince. As for the rest, the Liu clan will know what to do. Prince is wise. If the Li palace could receive the news, the Liu family would not be any slower than them. There is no need for the Li palace to spread the news. The Liu family and even noble consort Liu in the palace had already received the news. In the palace, noble consort Liu heard the palace maid who came to report the news and coldly dismissed her. She waved her hand and smashed the white porcelain teacup in her hand into pieces. Sixth Prince, Mo Ruiyun, Tan Jiji, was sitting in a chair not far away with a smile. He said with a smile, it seems His Majesty already knows noble consort's plans. This one has said before that noble consort is too impatient in her actions. You have to know, there are some things that are almost certain, but aren't there some exceptions? Noble consort Liu gritted her teeth. She remembered that when she came back from outside the palace a few days ago, she happened to run into Mo Jingli coming out of His Majesty's bedroom. It seemed that starting from that day, many things were out of her control. Mo Jingli. It must be him, Tan Jiji said with a frown. Noble consort, it is not important who is behind this. The important thing is, what should we do? Noble consort Liu was upset. In fact, she was not good at these things. She had been protected since she was a child. Except for her feelings for Mo Xiaoyao, everything else had gone smoothly for her. Even though she was smart and learned, noble consort Liu couldn't figure out how to deal with the situation in front of her. She looked back at Tan Jiji and asked, do you have any ideas? Tan Jiji smiled and said indifferently, in for a penny, in for a pound. Kill. Noble consort Liu was stunned. She lowered her head and thought about Tan Jiji's proposal seriously. She had been in the palace for decades. Even though she was loved by Mo Jingqi and had almost the same power as the empress, she had killed people. Women like her, who had been trained to be sent into the palace since childhood, probably never cared about human lives. After thinking for a while, noble consort Liu raised her head. A trace of killing intent flashed through her cold eyes. She said indifferently, okay, you go and do it. With the help of the Liu family and noble consort Liu's power in the palace, Tan Jiji did things neatly. Before it got dark, the news came that the sixth prince fell down accidentally while playing on the rockery and was unconscious. When the news came, the 12-year-old crown prince was sitting in front of noble consort Liu and talking to her. Noble consort Liu waved her hand indifferently to let the eunuch who came to report leave. The crown prince hesitated for a while. He looked at noble consort Liu and said, Mother, should I go and see my sixth brother? A trace of disdain flashed across noble consort Liu's face. She raised the crown prince's childish little face and looked at it carefully. She hid the disgust in her eyes and said indifferently, why go and see him? He is the son of a lowly official's daughter. Do you really think he is your younger brother? You have to remember that you are the crown prince. You will be the emperor of the Dechu state in the future. Other than imperial concubine mother, everyone else is your servant. The crown prince moved the corners of his mouth. He wanted to say that he had a younger brother and sister. But looking at his mother's beautiful face, which was like a snow sculpture, he felt a chill down his spine. He didn't know why, but he didn't say anything in the end. Noble consort Lu nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Then you are my good son. Don't worry, I will make you the emperor." "Yes, mother." The sixth prince's sudden serious injury made Mo Jingqi's body, which was already very weak, even worse. When the news reached Mo Jingqi's ears, Mo Jingqi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But the royal doctors in front of him were secretly shocked. The emperor's gray and gloomy face suddenly had some color and color. He seemed to be much more energetic. But these experienced royal doctors all knew that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. They hurriedly gave a look to the outside and asked someone to inform the masters in the palace to come. This time, noble consort Lu was the first to come. There was no other reason than the fact that the most favored noble consort Lu lived in the place closest to the emperor's bedroom. The guards at the door didn't stop her. As soon as noble consort Lu stepped into the hall, she smelled the smell of blood and the decaying smell of a long illness. She couldn't help but frown in disgust. Since Mo Jingqi fell ill, this was the second time noble consort Lu had stepped into this bedroom. They hadn't seen each other for several months. "Your Majesty," noble consort Lu called indifferently. Mo Jingqi stared at the cold-faced woman in white without turning his eyes. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "I have something to say to noble consort Lu. You can all leave." Everyone responded and left. Only noble consort Lu and Mo Jingqi were left in the empty bedroom. One of them was lying down and the other was standing. They stood not far away and looked at each other as if they had known each other for the first time. Mo Jingqi stared fixedly at the woman in front of him, trying to discern the slightest trace of emotion from her cold eyes. Unfortunately, he was still very disappointed. Noble consort Lu's cold eyes were calm, as if the person lying in front of her was not the emperor who doted on her so much, but a commoner she didn't know. No, there was still a trace of emotion in her eyes. That was disgust. In front of her, Mo Jingqi was so thin that he almost didn't look like a human being. And there was also the blood that the palace maids didn't have time to clean up. Noble consort Lu was very annoyed by everything. She was so annoyed that she even threw away her previous disguise. Chapter 596. You're finally here. Mo Jingqi finally speaks. Noble consort Lu frowns slightly, saying, "You don't want me to come?" Mo Jingqi smiles bitterly, saying, "I really didn't want you to come so soon. Did you send someone to hurt Ruiyun?" Noble consort Lu raises her eyebrows slightly, raises her chin, and looks down at Mo Jingqi, saying indifferently, "It's not my fault." "Why did you do that?" Mo Jingqi asks. "I thought you didn't care about anything. Now it seems I was wrong." Noble consort Lu tilts her head and looks at Mo Jingqi, slowly showing a mocking smile, saying, "Why did you do that? I want to ask you, since you've made my son the crown prince, why do you want to pass the throne to the sixth prince? What do you want to do to me and the crown prince?" A trace of sadness and coldness appears in Mo Jingqi's eyes. "It seems that I've spoiled you too much these years. That's why you forgot one thing." "What thing?" Noble consort Lu frowns. "Thunder, rain, and dew are all thanks to you." Mo Jingqi says, "The throne is mine. I can pass it to whoever I want. I can make whoever I want to be the crown prince. If I want to give it to you, you can't refuse it. If I don't want to give it to you, you can't accept it either." Noble consort Lu is startled, and a trace of displeasure appears on her cold face. As proud as she is used to being superior to everyone except Mo Shuyao, including Mo Jingqi, who is the ruler of a country. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Mo Jingqi smiles coldly. "What do I mean? I mean, even if you kill the sixth prince, I can still pass the throne to someone else. Even if you kill all the princes, I can still pass the throne to someone from the imperial clan. As for your crown prince, don't even think about it. Why'd you do that? Noble consort Lu stares at Mo Jingqi, her beautiful face full of confusion. It was as if Mo Jingqi had done something unreasonable. Mo Jingqi laughed out loud, but the pain in his chest made his laughter sound broken. Why? Soon you will know why. We have treated you well all these years, but how did you repay us? Do you really think that our patience towards you is limitless? Ha! You want the crown prince to ascend the throne? Is it really for the crown prince? You want Mo Xiaoyao in your dreams. Even if I die, you must accompany me. What do you mean by that? Noble consort Lu said in surprise and anger. Of course, she knew what Mo Jingqi meant. Although the Chu state did not have a system of burial with the emperor, there were still 1 or 2 examples of emperors who had ordered their favorite young concubines to be buried with the emperor at the last minute. She just couldn't believe that Mo Jingqi would have such thoughts. Of course, it was also because she didn't want to accept such a fate no matter what. She still had a lot of things to do. She still had to obtain Mo Xiaoyao's love, and she still had to become Princess Ding. How could she be buried with Mo Jingqi? Mo Jingqi chuckled, closed his eyes, and didn't say anything else. As a result, Noble Consort Lu's guess was confirmed. Noble Consort Lu's face was pale, but her mind was spinning fast. After a while, she suddenly turned around and hurried out of the hall, but she bumped into the Empress and the others who had rushed over after receiving the news. The Empress frowned and said, "Noble Consort Lu, what are you doing?" Noble Consort Lu didn't have time to talk to the Empress. She glanced at her and then walked out of the hall without saying a word. The Empress frowned, but didn't want to argue, so she took her people into the bedroom. The news that the Emperor was about to die naturally spread quickly. In less than an hour, the high-ranking princes and princesses of the imperial family had all arrived at the Emperor's bedroom. The originally empty bedroom was bustling with people kneeling on the ground. Even the old people like Great Elder Princess and Dukhua, as well as Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, whose identities were a little awkward and strange now, were invited here. However, they were different from the princes who were kneeling on the ground. Mo Xiaoyao, dressed in casual white clothes and white hair, stood together with Yili and Great Elder Princess. Of course, he didn't have the mournful look on his face, which others didn't know whether it was real or fake. He had been struggling hard these days, but when he was about to die, he became much calmer. Mo Jingqi opened his eyes in the sobbing sound, and he saw Mo Xiaoyao, who was the most eye-catching one. He smiled faintly and said, "I knew you would come to see me off eventually." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager, who was sitting at the head of the bed, let out a cry. She stepped forward and held Mo Jingqi's hand, sobbing, "My son, what do you want to say to your mother?" Mo Jingqi gave the Empress Dowager a strange smile. His eyes swept across the Empress Dowager and looked at Mo Jingqi and the Empress standing not far away. After Noble Consort Lu ran out, she was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Mo Jingqi didn't care about her whereabouts. Finally, his eyes turned from Prime Minister Lu to the princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. Changle. Of course, Princess Changle was not among the princes and princesses. Since childhood, Mo Jingqi had loved this daughter very much. Not only because she was the legitimate daughter of the emperor, but also because she was smart, lively, and considerate. Even though Mo Jingqi doted on Noble Consort Lu, her daughter, Princess Jining, was ranked after Princess Changle. However, at the same time, he was the most ruthless towards this daughter of his. It was only because she was the legitimate daughter of the Empress, the granddaughter of the Hua family, that he feared. As a result, he could not keep her in the capital. Hearing Mo Jingqi call out her daughter's name, the Empress sadly turned her face away. The veins on Dukhua's aged face throbbed twice. In the end, he did not say anything. Mo Xiaobao stood by his father and mother's side. Although he did not understand the meaning of the situation before him, he could feel the sorrow and solemnity within. Raising his head to look at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, He did not speak of Princess Changle's situation in Glass City. Finally, it was the Empress Dowager who sighed. Patting Mo Jingqi's hand, she said, "Has Your Majesty forgotten? That girl Changle's fate was not good. She went missing in Nanzhao." Mo Jingqi closed his eyes, acting as if he did not hear the Empress Dowager's words. Everyone present, with the exception of the 3 members of the Prince Ding mansion who had nothing to do with this matter, as well as the young and ignorant little prince and princess, worriedly stared at the man who seemed to be on the verge of death on the dragon bed. Even though he was so weak that he could not even raise his hand, he was still able to decide the fate of the majority of those present. "Empress," after a long time, Mo Jingqi finally called out. Hearing this, the Empress stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, what instructions does Your Majesty have?" Mo Jingqi no longer had the strength to speak loudly. He raised his eyes and glanced at the Empress Dowager. Somewhat displeased, the Empress Dowager stood up and gave the Empress her seat, standing to the side in embarrassment. The Empress sat by the bed, calmly looking at Mo Jingqi. She asked, "What does Your Majesty want to say to your servant?" With great difficulty, Mo Jingqi raised his hand and pulled out a piece of bright yellow cloth from under his pillow. With great difficulty, he placed it in the Empress's hands and said, posthumous edict." Hearing this, all the people present narrowed their eyes and fixed their eyes on the bright yellow cloth in the Empress's hand. No one knew when Mo Jingqi wrote the posthumous edict or when he put it under the pillow. Great Elder Princess, Dukhua, Prince Ding, as witnesses, the Empress reads the posthumous edict, Mo Jingqi said intermittently. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows with great interest and said with a smile, "Okay, I promise that the Empress will read the posthumous edict smoothly." Great Elder Princess also nodded and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured." "Yes, Your Majesty." It was as if he had completed a major task. Mo Jingqi breathed a sigh of relief, and his face became even gloomier. He said to the crowd lightly, "You can leave. I want to be alone." Everyone was in a dilemma and did not know whether they should leave or not. Mo Jingli stared at Mo Jingqi with a gloomy face. Finally, he stepped forward and asked, "Where's the child?" Mo Jingqi looked at him with a smile and laughed out loud. Mo Jingli said sternly, "I asked you where the child is." Mo Jingqi smiled, but did not say anything. Blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Mo Jingli could not help but step forward and wanted to pull his clothes. The Empress Dowager hurriedly stopped him. "Lear, what are you doing?" At this time, the Emperor was dying. If Mo Jingli pulled him and he died, no matter what the cause of the Emperor's death was, Mo Jingli would not be able to escape the crime of regicide. Mo Jingli also knew that he was impulsive. However, he had tried his best these days to find his only son's whereabouts, but he still had no clue. If Mo Jingqi was really dead, she was afraid that the only clue would be lost. "Princely, can't you see it? Emperor Chu is obviously speechless," Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. Although it was rude to smile when the emperor of a country was about to die, no one dared to say that because of Mo Xiaoyao's identity. Mo Jingqi lay quietly on the bed. The blood in his mouth had dyed the bed and clothes around his neck dark red. His eyes were fixed on Mo Jingli with a strange smile on his face. For some reason, Mo Jingli only felt a chill in his heart when he saw that smile. Chapter 597. Because of Mo Jingqi's words, everyone left the bedchamber, leaving him alone for the last time. No one knew what this emperor, who had been busy all his life but seemed to have achieved nothing, would write in his last moments. Mo Xiaoyao walked beside Great Elder Princess and Dukhua with Mo Xiaobao in his arms and Yili in the other hand. Now there were only 2 true elders left in this country. The rest of the people walked behind him, not too far and not too close. At this moment, no one was in a mood to turn around and leave the palace. The emperor's posthumous edict was still in the hands of the empress, and Great Elder Princess, Dukhua, and Prince Ding were watching over it. Naturally, no one could get in the way. But they also didn't leave in a hurry. They sat down in the pavilion of the imperial garden. The pavilion was not big, so only Great Elder Princess, Duke Hua, Imo Xiaoyao, and Yili were sitting in it. Duke Hua looked at Imo Xiaoyao with a smile, and then looked at Imo Xiaoyao, who was sitting on Imo Xiaoyao's knees. He said with a smile, "Prince Ding looks much better these years than when he was in the capital." Imo Xiaoyao nodded and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few years, but you are still as healthy as before." Duke Hua shook his head and sighed. "I'm old." It was a little quiet in the pavilion. After a while, Duke Hua asked, "What's Prince Ding's plan for the future?" Imo Xiaoyao was a little surprised. He looked up at Duke Hua and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Won't you persuade me?" Duke Hua shook his head and said helplessly, "Since this situation has been broken, why should we repeat the same mistake? A broken mirror reuniting wasn't completely flawless. What's more, the Chu state has restrained the Prince Ding mansion for too long. Now the dragon is flying in the sky. No matter it succeeds or fails, I'm afraid that no one could change it. Don't you think so, Prince Ding?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying it. Although Duke Hua had spent his entire life on the battlefield, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about politics. The return of the Prince Ding mansion to the Dechu state was what the people of Dechu state and many of the courtiers wanted, but for the Mahist army and the subordinates of the Prince Ding mansion, this was a huge blow. Even though Imo Xiaoyao was the head of the Prince Ding mansion, it was impossible for him to make such a decision without considering the feelings of his subordinates. Huat Guoguo waved his hand and said, "This old man won't be able to see His Highness Prince Ding's glory in the future. However, with Prince Ding's abilities and the support of Wang, Fei, and many other capable people, he definitely won't disappoint the wishes of the Mahist ancestors." What were the wishes of the Mahist ancestors? Unify the world, pacify the four sides, and all nations will come to court. In the history of the Prince Ding mansion, there had been more than one person with such amazing abilities. However, due to various reasons, they all died with regrets. "Old Duke," Great Elder Princess said in surprise. She knew that Duke Hua would not come to persuade Imo Xiaoyao. But from Duke Hua's words, it seemed that he was very confident in the future of the Mahist army and the Prince Ding mansion. It should be noted that the Prince Ding mansion did not have the upper hand in the overall situation. Duke Hua shook his head and said with a smile, "Great Elder Princess, we are all old. The future depends on the young people." Great Elder Princess was stunned. Looking at the white-haired Duke of Hua in front of her, she frowned. He then looked at his hand, which was full of frowns. Wasn't that right? They were already old. How many more days could they last? Forget it. In the end, Imo Jingqi still died. Whether it was as a son, as a brother, as a father, or as a ruler, he was a failure. Therefore, before his death, he did not ask for his children and grandchildren to gather around him and mourn for the officials. He drove everyone out and breathed his last breath alone in the empty bedchamber. When everyone received the eunuch's report and rushed back to the bedchamber, they saw Imo Jingqi, who had already stopped breathing, lying straight on the bed. The quilt and clothes on his upper body were almost dyed dark red by blood. His eyes were still open, staring blankly at the gorgeous dragon curtain on the top of the bed. Great Elder Princess sighed softly, walked forward, raised her hand to close his eyes, and said, "Let's go outside to listen to the posthumous edict." A heavy bell rang in the imperial city, announcing the death of the emperor in the world. By the will of heaven, Emperor Zhang, Imo Siyun, the 10th son of Emperor Zhaoyun, will be the emperor. He will be abolished as the crown prince and conferred as the king of Qin. The king of Qin's birth mother, noble consort Lu, will be buried with him. The empress's flat voice sounded outside the bedchamber. In the shocked look of everyone, the empress finally looked at the empress dowager sitting aside and frowned. The empress dowager's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling. Then she heard the empress dowager read the last sentence lightly. The empress dowager will be buried with the former emperor. The posthumous edict. That's impossible. The empress dowager's face was livid. She stood up and roared, "It's you." You tampered with the posthumous edict of His Majesty, didn't you? The Empress was not at all surprised about the content of the posthumous edict, but she had long been used to a calm expression, so she didn't seem to change. She said lightly, "The posthumous edict was given to me by His Majesty in front of everyone. After that, I never left everyone's eyes. Please check it, Empress Dowager." Everyone was silent. That was right. There were so many people and so many pairs of eyes staring at her. Not to mention that the Empress was an ordinary woman who didn't know martial arts. Even if she knew some skills, how could she expect that the Emperor would give the posthumous edict to her? She still prepared a copy in advance. "No, it's impossible. My son wouldn't do that. Ridiculous. Since ancient times, when an emperor died, he wanted his mother to be buried with him." The Empress Dowager still refused to believe it. There had been no such rule since ancient times, but the posthumous edict said that the Empress Dowager should be buried with the late emperor. In this way, it was not impolite. On the other side, Prime Minister Liu of the Liu family also collapsed to the ground. Not to mention that his grandson didn't become the emperor, his daughter was also buried with him. This sudden impact made this old man who had been in the imperial court all his life unable to bear it. And the other person involved, the 10th Prince, Immerse, who was going to rule the world from now on. Everyone looked at the 10th Prince, who was kneeling on the ground with a blank face. The 10th Prince was only 7 years old this year. His birth mother was just a palace maid that Immerse had an unexpected favor with. After giving birth to Immerse, he wasn't favored and was just casually conferred as a noble. In these years, the mother and son lived in the imperial palace like ghosts, and almost everyone forgot about them. But now, this child with a blank face had obtained the thing that everyone had been longing for, but had missed out on. Immerse looked at the timid 10th Prince with a meaningful smile on his lips. He lightly said, "Since the posthumous edict has been read out, the rest has nothing to do with I will leave first." Once again, Prince Ding made it clear that he had no intention of getting involved into Chu State's imperial court. On the side, the ashen-faced Immerse let out a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Prince Ding, take care." Immerse looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He carried Immerse Bao and held Yi Li's hand as he turned to leave the palace. As for what would happen in the palace, it had nothing to do with them. Outside the imperial palace, the streets of the capital were covered with white cloth. The glorious lights of the past were covered under the solemn black and white. When the emperor died, the entire country mourned. Even if the emperor didn't have the support of the people still had to wear mourning clothes, stop singing and dancing, and stop marriage to express their mourning for the emperor. The focus of the dispute was none other than two things. The first was the succession of the 10th Prince. The second was the burial of the Empress Dowager and noble consort Liu. The Empress Dowager was the birth mother of the Prince Li, and noble consort Liu was the birth mother of the Crown Prince. Immerse's last-minute attack hit the Li Palace and the Liu family's most critical areas. However, compared to the Liu family, the Li Palace's situation was much better, because Immerse was already the Prince Regent. Even if he was not the emperor, the young emperor still had to listen to him before he personally led an expedition. He still had plenty of time to plan. But the Liu family was different. The crown prince had become the Prince of Qin, and noble consort Liu had to be buried with him. As a result, the Liu family could be said to have no support in the imperial palace. When the time came, Immerse would naturally not let go of this opportunity to strike the Liu family. Even if the Empress Dowager and noble consort Liu had to be buried with him, the blow to Immerse would not be as great as the blow to the Liu family. Because Immerse was already a completely independent prince with real power, it was not very important to him whether he had the Empress Dowager's support or not. At this time, the Zhongde Palace was filled with grief. The empty palace was no longer filled with maids and eunuchs like before. The Empress Dowager sat in the phoenix chair in a daze. There were a few strands of white hair in the originally well-maintained hair on her temples. She looked haggard and had a dazed expression. Mo Jingli sat on the side and drank tea silently. His expression was calm. Even his birth mother, the Empress Dowager, could not see any emotion on his face. Leah, what should we do? She is so cruel. I am his birth mother. The Empress Dowager murmured. She had never thought that Mo Jingqi would leave such an imperial edict. She could not use her youngest son's ascension to the throne to become the Empress Dowager. The imperial edict did not even mention that her grandson would become the Empress Dowager after ascending to the throne. She became the first and perhaps the only Empress Dowager in history to be buried with her own son. The glory and wealth of the past seemed to have become a thing of the past. She could not even keep her life. Since she had become the Empress Dowager, she had never been so panicked. Even when Mo Jingli had started a rebellion in the south, she had not been so panicked. Why was everything different from what she had imagined? Mo Jingli put down the teacup and looked calmly at the Empress Dowager. He said, Muhu, this is Imperial Brother's posthumous edict. The Empress Dowager stilled. It took her a while to realize what Mo Jingli meant. In some ways, a posthumous edict was more effective than an imperial edict. Even though it was said that a monarch did not speak lightly, as long as Mo Jingqi was alive, she would have a chance to make him take back his edict. But now, Mo Jingqi was dead. The last imperial edict he had left behind was a posthumous edict. In order to show respect to the previous emperor, the posthumous edict of the previous emperor could not be easily overturned even if a new emperor ascended to the throne. Mo Jingli was telling her that he had no way. No way. I don't believe it. The Empress Dowager stumbled over and grabbed Mo Jingli's hand. She said, I am your mother. Leah, save Muhu. Muhu doesn't want to die. I know you have a way. Mo Jingli shook his head lightly. He said, Muhu, please forgive me. I have no way. The Empress Dowager stumbled back 2 steps and almost tripped over the chair behind her. She fell into the chair powerlessly and looked at Mo Jingli with eyes full of disbelief. Leah, you really don't want to care about Muhu? Don't forget, if Muhu didn't persuade His Majesty for you, why would His Majesty order Muhu to be buried with him? The Empress Dowager also understood that this was her son's revenge on her. Revenge on her for siding with Mo Jingli when he was poisoned and persuading him to pass the throne to Mo Jingli when he was dying. All of this was because of him. Did Muhu do it? Mo Jingli said coldly. What? The Empress Dowager was shocked. The throne. Muhu, you heard brother's edict. Pass the throne to the 10th prince. A kid that I haven't even seen and doesn't know anything. Is this the result of you persuading brother behind the scenes? Mo Jingli stood up and said in a low voice. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Mo Jingli's voice gradually became louder. Not only the matter of the throne, but also the matter of my son. You did nothing. Now Mo Jingqi is dead. Muhu, tell Muhu where can I find my son? The Empress Dowager frowned and said, even if Chira lied to you, how many concubines do you want to have in the future? Mo Jingli's face was livid. Of course, he knew that the Empress Dowager couldn't say that he couldn't have children anymore. In the past few months, he had secretly seen many famous doctors. Mo Jingqi didn't lie to him about this matter. He had been poisoned with a sterilization drug secretly passed down in the palace many years ago. There was no cure, so no one knew how important that child was to him. In short, I can't do anything about this matter. Muhu, take care of yourself. Mo Jingli said. He brushed his slightly wrinkled clothes and was about to turn and leave. No. The Empress Dowager rushed over and grabbed Mo Jingli's clothes. She cried and begged, Leah, save Muhu. Muhu doesn't want to die. Leah, I'm your mother. Leah. Mo Jingli looked down at the Empress Dowager, who was in a mess in front of him. He indifferently raised his hand and pulled away her hand that grabbed his clothes. Chapter 599. In noble consort Lu's palace. Although she didn't go to listen to the posthumous edict, the news still reached her ears very quickly. When she heard the news from the eunuch, Noble consort Lu was sitting in the small garden in her palace, looking at the brilliant pear blossoms in the courtyard. A slightly cold breeze came out, sprinkling the ground like white snow. Although wrapped in the white fox cloak, noble consort Lu couldn't help but shiver. "Get out," noble consort Lu said coldly. The eunuch naturally didn't dare to say anything and scrambled out. He was afraid that before noble consort Lu was buried with him, his head would fall to the ground first. After telling the people around her to leave, noble consort Lu looked up at the snow-white tree in front of her. Pear blossoms were her favorite flowers. In her opinion, the snow-white pear blossoms were much more beautiful and noble than peonies, peach blossoms, orchids, and plum blossoms. There were no pear trees in the original Pears were very far away. The palace had always thought that pears were ominous. However, after she entered the palace, Missouri Jingqi planted several pear trees in the small garden in her palace to please her, just to make her smile. And now, she was buried with him. She knew that Immerse Jingqi had always been cruel and merciless, but she never thought that he would use this on her one day. Sure enough, even if he died, he wanted her to be buried with him. Noble consort, His Highness, the Duke of Qin and the Prime Minister asked for an audience. The palace maid outside the door reported with trepidation. Noble consort Lu stood up, gathered the white fox cloak around her, and said, "Let them in." Before long, the crown prince, Immerse Xiaoyan, who had been demoted to the Duke of Qin, and Prime Minister Lu appeared together and walked into the main hall. Following them were the fifth prince, who was 2 years younger than the crown prince, and the 14-year-old Princess Zhenning. The fifth prince and Princess Zhenning cried as soon as they saw noble consort Lu. "Mother!" Sob. "Mother!" Noble consort Lu wasn't a patient person to begin with. Right now, she was very upset. When she heard the crying, the anger in her heart surged. She said harshly, "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." The fifth prince and Princess Zhenning were originally worried about their mother. When they heard Imperial Father's posthumous edict to bury their mother, they eagerly followed the King of Qin and Prime Minister Lu over. Although noble consort Lu had always been indifferent to them, she was still their biological mother. Moreover, they had always admired this extremely beautiful mother of theirs. However, he did not expect to be scolded harshly the moment they met. The fifth prince's cries were immediately stifled in his chest, and his face flushed red due to the difficulty in breathing. Princess Zhenning also bit the corner of her lips, stubbornly not making a sound. Immerse Xiaoyan was only 12 years old, but because he was the eldest son of noble concubine Lu, Prime Minister Lu had paid special attention to him. Naturally, she was much calmer than her sister and brother. The crown prince was originally the rightful heir to the throne. However, because of an imperial edict from his father before his death, he had to submit to someone else. At this time, he could still speak with a calm expression. It was enough to show that the Lu family had put in a lot of effort in cultivating him. Immerse Xiaoyan frowned and said, "Imperial mother, second sister and fifth brother are worried about you." Noble consort Lu snorted and said indifferently, "What's the use of worrying? What can crying and wailing solve?" Immerse Xiaoyan was silent. In fact, he did not have deep feelings for his mother. He was not second sister and fifth brother, who only had blind admiration and longing for his mother. He clearly understood that in his mother's eyes, he and his sister should not exist, and he was just a tool that already existed. "Your Highness!" Prime Minister Lu frowned and said in a deep voice. Speaking of this daughter, Prime Minister Lu only felt a great headache. Since she saw Immerse Xiaoyan when she was a child, this was the first time that her heart seemed to be attached to Immerse Xiaoyan. She had not given up for so many years. Not only was she cold and indifferent to the emperor, but she was also indifferent to her own children. If it were not for Immerse Xiaoyan, she would not even consider fighting for the position of crown prince for the King of Qin, let alone for her family. This was really the evil debt of her previous life. Prime Minister Lu thought that he was a ruthless and cold-blooded person. As an official, many people had died unjustly in his hands. However, no matter how cold-blooded he he still cared about his family and children. As for his daughter, except for Mo Xiaoyao, she could abandon all the other families, her husband, and her parents. Noble consort Lu still had some respect for her father, Prime Minister Lu. Hearing her father's disapproving tone, noble consort Lu frowned and said indifferently, "Father, why are you here?" Prime Minister Lu said anxiously, "Why am I here? How can I not be here? You have heard the edict of the late emperor. Why don't you think of a way? Do you really want to be buried with the late emperor?" Speaking of Mo Jingqi, noble consort Lu curled her lower lip corner in disgust. At first, she believed that Mo Jingqi cared about her, but now she didn't believe it at all. That man, he wanted to drag her to die with him after he died. Even if she had to die, she would never be buried in the same tomb as him. "Father, don't worry. I know what to do." Prime Minister Lu was stunned. "You have a way." The emperor also ordered the Empress Dowager to be buried with the late emperor, and King Li didn't raise any objection. At that time, King Li will keep a close eye on you, and you may not be able to get away safely. Hearing Mo Jingli's name, noble consort Lu's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Mo Jingli." He ruined Ai's plan again. Prime Minister Lu sighed helplessly and said, "What's done is done. There's nothing we can do. The 10th prince will ascend the throne in a few days." "No," noble consort Lu said coldly. "What's done is done. What else can we do?" Prime Minister Lu frowned and said. Noble consort Lu raised her chin and said coldly, "Since the 6th prince can be abolished, the 10th prince can be eliminated as well. The crown prince must be the one to ascend the throne. As long as the crown prince ascends the throne, the edict can be abolished, and I don't have to be buried with him." Prime Minister Lu was shocked and angry. He stared at noble consort Lu and said, "You must be dreaming." At this time, not only King Li, but also Great Elder Princess, the Empress, Duke Hua, and even Prince Ding are keeping an eye on the 10th prince. It's very difficult for us to kill him. Once it's discovered, do you think King Qin still has a chance to ascend the throne? At that time, the Lu family will be buried with him, and we will only work for others. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, "Father, do you think we're the only ones who want the 10th prince to die? King Li is no less scheming than us. I heard some interesting news. It said that King Li asked the emperor where his son was before he died." Prime Minister Lu was stunned. He certainly heard what King Li said at that time, but he cared more about the edict in the empress's hand at that time. After the edict was issued, they were shocked by the news of the edict. Naturally, they didn't have time to care about this problem. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, "Father, do you still remember that Mo Jingli and his family kicked their son to death 2 months ago?" Of course, Prime Minister Lu remembered. Although the Li mansion covered it up tightly, the Lu family and the Li mansion were political enemies. How could they not know such a big thing? Stroking his beard, Prime Minister Lu narrowed his eyes and said, "You mean?" Noble consort Lu smiled and said, "When Ying was pregnant, she was imprisoned by the emperor. We only know that she gave birth to a son, but no one has seen the son. Of course, the emperor said it was not the son. I'm afraid that the child in the Li mansion is not King Li's son at all. The emperor has always been suspicious, and King Li was the one who rebelled. How could the emperor not guard against him?" Chapter 600. Your Highness, do you know where the child is? Prime Minister Lu was overjoyed. Now, except for Yi Ying's son, King Li didn't have any other children. He didn't even have the news of his concubine's pregnancy. There had been some rumors in the capital. If that was true, then the value of this child was indeed beyond everyone's expectation. Noble concubine Lu shook her head and said, "I don't know. The emperor didn't tell anyone where the child is." Prime Minister Lu was a little disappointed, but noble concubine Lu said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. We haven't seen the child, and King Li hasn't seen the child either. As long as my father makes the right arrangements." Your Highness, you are right. I understand. Prime Minister Lu thought for a second and immediately understood what noble concubine Lu meant. He responded with a smile. No matter what was going on inside and outside the palace, the Prince Ding mansion was still peaceful and quiet. Until this evening, a handsome man in red knocked on the closed door of the Prince Ding mansion. In the study, Immerse Xiaoyao lazily looked at Feng Jiao, who was covered in dust, and said blandly, "I don't remember asking you to come to the capital, Feng Jiao." Feng Jiao stood against the wall by the door and gave him a tired smile. After the new year, Feng Jiao's handsome face, which used to be frivolous, became a little calmer and a little more down and out. This kind of feeling shouldn't exist on Prince Ding's right-hand man, young Master Feng San, who was not the most powerful person in the Northwest, but no one dared to ignore him. At this moment, he frowned slightly because of tiredness and worry, which made people unable to blame him. Yili quietly pulled Immerse Xiaoyao's clothes, indicating that he shouldn't blame Feng Jiao too much. Immerse Xiaoyao snorted with dissatisfaction, looked at Feng Jiao, and said, "Tell me, what's the matter? If you want to say that there's nothing wrong and that you just came to the Chu capital from the Northwest because you're worried, I will immediately ask someone to pack you up and throw you back." Feng Jiao had grown up with him. Naturally, he could tell when he was really angry and when he was just trying to scare people. Smiling gratefully at Yi Li, Feng Jiao walked to a chair at the side and sat down. "Young Master Qingshan wants me to pass a message to Prince. The West Hill and Nanzhao haven't started fighting yet." In fact, this was a favor that Su Qingshan owed to Feng Jiao. Originally, this kind of news naturally didn't require Feng Jiao's status to send a letter from thousands of miles away. Moreover, it wasn't that Su Qingshan couldn't handle this kind of matter. However, Feng Jiao's condition had seriously affected his work efficiency. Young Master Qingshan was extremely intelligent. He naturally understood that there must be something in the capital that made him uneasy. Only then did he casually assign him some tasks so that he could return to the capital. Hearing this, Immerse Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Qingshan's plans rarely went wrong. However, he quickly understood. Although Mo Jingqi's death wasn't unexpected, the chaos after Mo Jingqi's death was definitely unexpected. Especially Mo Jingqi's decree of self-guilt and the arrangements for the Prince Ding mansion before his death were even more unexpected. After receiving this news, Jinim of Gojoseon could indeed give up on attacking Nanzhao. After all, Nanzhao was a small country that was content with a corner of the country. Whether or not they could take it was insignificant compared to the prosperous Chu state in the Central Plains. "Have there been any changes in West Hill recently?" Immerse Xiaoyao asked. Feng Jiao said, "Jinim of Gojoseon has already secretly moved troops closer to the Chu state's border." Young Master Qingshan speculated, "As long as the news of Mo Jingqi's death spreads, the Shilling army will once again attack the Chu state." In addition, the northern tribes also seem to have this plan. What did young Master Qingshan say? Young Master Qingshan said that if Prince finished dealing with the matters in the capital, please return as soon as possible. If finished, Immerse Xiaoyao tilted his head and looked at Yi Li with a smile. "It seems that Big Brother isn't in a hurry for us to return. Then let's stay for a while. If they finished dealing with the matters, they would return as soon as possible. If they didn't, they wouldn't return." Since Su Qingshan dared to say this, it meant that he didn't care about Lei Jinting's actions. Since that was the case, and young Master Qingshan was guarding the Northwest, why not take a look at the Chu state and see what benefits they could get? Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and didn't care that Immerse Xiaoyao had misinterpreted Su Qingshan's words. In any case, he had conveyed the original words without missing a word. As for how Prince wanted to interpret it, that was none of his business. Yi Li smiled at Feng Jiao and said, "Since that's the case, Feng San can stay in the palace for now." Although Feng Jiao had a home, he had already moved out a few years ago. When the Maist army and the Chu state broke off relations, the Feng family publicly announced that they had expelled Feng Jiao from the family and cut off all relations. Feng Jiao's residence in the capital had been empty for many years. Who didn't know that young Master Feng San was Prince Ding's confidant? Feng Jiao nodded and said, "Many thanks to Wang Fei." "Prince Wang Fei?" Feng Jiao looked at Yi Li and Immerse Xiaoyao. In the end, he couldn't bear it. He had hurried back to the capital for this matter. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Yili couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile when she saw the handsome young Master Feng Sin blushing and blushing in front of everyone. She looked at Feng Zhiyao and said seriously, "Don't worry. She is the empress of a country and has the support of the Hua family. No matter who ascends the throne, they will only be respectful to her." Feng Zhiyao's expression froze. He hesitated a moment and said, "I want to see her. Wang Fei, please grant me this wish." Yili tilted her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and said, "Let me decide such a small matter." Yili thought and then said to Feng Zhiyao, "Right now, the palace is under martial law. Don't be impatient. I will have someone arrange it, but I need to get her agreement first." Yili knew what Feng Zhiyao wanted to do, but if the empress didn't agree, Feng Zhiyao's rash visit would only add to the troubles of both sides. Yili wasn't sure if the empress had feelings for Feng Zhiyao, or if the feelings were enough for her to give up her responsibility and status. Feng Zhiyao hesitated and wanted to refute, but seeing Yili's serious expression, he could only nod. "Many thanks, Wang Fei." As though she saw Feng Zhiyao's unwillingness, Yili sighed softly and said, "It is hard to say who is right and who is wrong in matters of the heart. We all know that you care for her, but if she doesn't need your care, then your thoughts right now are not helping her, but creating trouble for her. Do you understand?" Feng Zhiyao was silent. Maybe in his heart, he didn't believe that the empress didn't need his help at all. But she was the mother of the world. Even if she didn't have any feelings for Mo Jingqi, it didn't change the fact that she was the future Empress Dowager of the Chu state. Even if Mo Jingli ascended the throne, he could only be respectful to this imperial sister-in-law. Right now, the 10th prince who was about to ascend the throne was only 7 years old. This was the time when he needed someone to help him. Would she go with him? In this moment, Feng Zhiyao suddenly became fearful and uneasy. Seeing his rare expression, Yili sighed softly in her heart. Love was the most torturous thing. Feng Zhiyao was a free and easy person with extraordinary achievements. She should have lived a carefree and unrestrained life. But unfortunately, she fell for the word of love. How many years had he been obsessed? If Han Mingyue's obsession with Su Zudi was hateful, then Feng Zhiyao's deep feelings for the Empress could only make people feel pity and helpless. "Don't think too much." Yili laughed softly. Feng Zhiyao forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Princess, for your advice." Princess, second young Master Lung and Madame Lung are here." Zhuo Jing reported from outside the door. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "What are they doing here at this time?" Lung Haoyu's laughter came from outside the door. With the emperor's death, many businesses were forced to close. Isn't this subordinate idle? Lung Haoyu had many businesses under his name, including brothels, taverns, gambling houses, and so on. With the emperor's death, the world mourned. Naturally, these businesses could no longer be done. So, Lung Haoyu brought his son and wife to the Prince Ding mansion to visit. He pulled Murong Ting into the study and happened to see Feng Zhiyao sitting on the side. Lung Haoyu smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this young Master Feng-san? I haven't seen you for a long time. You don't look very good." "Wasn't that so?" Feng Zhiyao rushed all the way here and didn't rest. He went straight into the study to discuss matters. When he was in good spirits, he looked fine. Now that he was relaxed, even his red clothes looked a little dull. Although Lung Haoyu always liked to argue with Feng Zhiyao, he still had a sense of propriety and didn't poke at his sore spot. He sat down and looked at Feng Zhiyao and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, she's fine." At this time, no one dares to neglect her. Before the new emperor was elected, the previous emperor had passed away. The Empress Dowager, noble consort Lu, was buried with the emperor. In the palace, the empress had the final say. At this time, no one with eyes would make the empress uncomfortable. Feng Zhiyao nodded and said with a faint smile, "Thank you." Lung Haoyu curled his lips and didn't say anything. He didn't have any opinions about the empress. But seeing Feng Zhiyao's more than 10 years of bitter love, sometimes he couldn't help but want to fight for justice for his good friend. But thinking about how much time and effort he had spent chasing his wife, He could only sigh that Feng Jiao was more unlucky than him. Chapter 601. Lung Haoyu and Murong Ting's sudden visit was naturally not just for a visit. After everyone sat down, Lung Haoyu frowned and said, "Our people sent out news that the Liu family seems to know about Mo Jingli's son. Feng Jiao had just returned to Chu capital, so he naturally did not know what had happened in Chu capital in the past 2 months." He asked in confusion, "Mo Jingli's son? Is it the one Yi Ying gave birth to? Was he kidnapped?" Lung Haoyu clapped his hands and smiled. "Your news is really too slow. Mo Jingli had just become the regent some time ago. When he returned to his residence, he kicked his own son to death. Although this news was suppressed and not spread, most of the nobles in the capital knew about it." Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. He was not an idiot and naturally understood immediately. He smiled and said, "So? Mo Jingli raised someone else's son for nothing? What about now? His son is in the hands of the Liu family? Li, what do you think?" Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li frowned and thought for a while. "I don't think it's very likely. Mo Jingqi is very careful and suspicious. He never even trusts the people around him. Mo Jingli spent so much time and effort and still couldn't find any clues. This proves that Mo Jingqi dealt with it very cleanly back then. It doesn't make sense that the Liu family could find it. Also, the timing is a bit too coincidental. Mo Jingqi had just passed away, and the new emperor had not ascended the throne yet. But the Liu family had already thrown out the news of the Li Palace's only son. It really made people think too much." Mo Xiaoyao looked at Lung Haoyu. Lung Haoyu shrugged and said, "They also didn't get any specific news. It's just that the Liu family has been secretly moving a lot recently. They can only vaguely know that it's related to Mo Jingli's son. But it still needs time to confirm whether that child is Mo Jingli's son." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "There's no need to investigate. It's a waste of time." Lung Haoyu looked at him in confusion. Mo Xiaoyao asked, "Does it matter if it is or not?" Hearing this, everyone was startled. Wasn't it? They did not intend to get involved in these matters. Then whether that child was Mo Jingli's son or not had no meaning to them. Mo Xiaoyao stood up and looked at Lung Haoyu with a smile. "If you have the time, why don't you investigate the matters of the northern region? Your business and the capital's business in the capital has also closed. Why don't you make a trip there? There was a battle in the city, was in the capital city pass. Although there were secret guards protecting him, he was still worried about Lung Huai's secret guard." "I'll go too," Murong Ting quickly said. Although to Haoyu, S2 was to Haodo's family, to the family to him, to the family to be, to Mo Xiao naturally could not control Murong Ting. This was Lung Haoyu's family background. Lung Haoyu said hesitantly, "Haoyu is in the middle of a battle now. It's too dangerous." Murong Ting snorted, "Do you think I haven't seen a battlefield?" She had grown up at the border with her father since she was young. Furthermore, she had participated in the defense of Yonglin City back then. "Okay? Junhan has no one to take care of her in the capital. Do you have a heart?" Lung Haoyu continued to persuade. Murong Ting frowned. This was a problem. Her son had never left her side since he was born. Glancing at Yi Li sitting on the side, Murong Ting's eyes lit up. She looked at Yi Li eagerly. "Leo." Yi Li covered her mouth and smiled. "As long as you're not afraid of Junhan being bullied by Chang'er, just send her over." Taking care of one child was the same as taking care of 2 children. Besides, although Mo Xiaobao was occasionally clingy, he was actually quite good at taking care of himself. They did not need to spend much effort on him. However, for some reason, Mo Xiaobao thought that Lung Junhan was a soft little bun that could be bullied. Every time they met, it was either pinching or caressing. Yi Li suspected that Mo Xiaobao had transferred all his resentment from being bullied by his father to Lung Junhan. Every time she saw the white and soft little Junhan being bullied by Mo Xiaobao until tears welled up in her eyes but stubbornly refused to fall down, Yi Li's heart ached. However, Lung Junhan thought that Mo Xiaobao was a good brother. After being bullied, she would forget about it. The next time they met, she would still call brother Yuchen intimately. No wonder Mo Xiaobao called him Little Dazed Lung. Even Lung Haoyu, the father, could not help but cover his face when he saw that adorable look. How many sins did he commit to have such a dazed son? It's okay. Junon has been spoiled too much by us. I don't know who she got her soft personality from. She can be placed in your house to help me train her well. Murong Ting waved her hand generously. The Grand Seat had made up her mind. As a slave to his wife, Lung Haoyu could only obey. However, he still had a bit of awareness as a father. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and warned, "Don't let the little heir bully my son too much." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Was this something he could control? He was Prince Ding, not a nanny to take care of a child. Ling Heir, you don't think that I asked you to visit your family, do you? Looking at Lung Haoyu's conflicted look, Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, as an outstanding and capable subordinate, shouldn't he try to figure out every action and decision of his superior? Lung Haoyu was rushing to visit his family. Why was he so happy and worried that he could not bear to part with the child at home? Lung Haoyu lowered his head helplessly. He knew that it would not be so easy. I respectfully listened to Prince's instructions. Mo Xiaoyao curled his lips slightly and said, "There's no need for instructions. If a northern army takes a step into Redbud Pass within half a year, you don't have to come back. Go hang yourself in the southeast. In addition, I am a person who appreciates talent." And Lung Haoyu's expression changed. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao with some joy. Mo Xiaoyao smiled, but did not say anything. Lung Haoyu raised his voice and said, "Prince, don't worry. This subordinate will live up to Prince's painstaking efforts. Go. Your son doesn't have to worry. If he can't make it back in time, I can bring him back to the northwest. It just so happens that Mr. Qingyun is free now. He could teach you a thing or two." Lung Haoyu and Murong Ting were delighted. Ever since they had a child, they had always been stationed in the capital. In fact, this did not benefit Lung Haoyu's many subordinates, but he was worried about letting Murong Ting take care of the child alone. If Lung Junhan was brought back to the northwest, there was naturally no need to worry about her safety. Being taught by Mr. Qingyun personally was definitely a benefit that others could not ask for. Second young Master Lung obviously attributed young Master Mo's cleverness and wisdom to Mr. Qingyun's teaching. "Thank you, Prince." The next morning, Lung Haoyu and Murong Ting secretly went to Redbud Pass. The two of them were not valued in the Lung family, and not many people paid attention to them in the capital. Therefore, they did not attract much attention. Lung Junhan was sent to the Prince Ding mansion that night. Although she was a little hurt about leaving her parents, the 4-year-old baby was only a little. But after hearing the news that she would live with Brother Xiaobao in the future, Little Days, Lung quickly forgot about her parents' departure and said that she would sleep with Brother Yuchen in the future. Looking at his son's rare expression as if he had swallowed a fly, Prince Ding happily agreed to Little Lung's request. He also signaled Little Treasure, Mo, to take good care of his little brother and not let him suffer the slightest grievance. Chapter 602. Thus, the days in the Prince Ding mansion slowly passed, as Mo Xiaobao and Lung Xiaobao chased each other around, bullied each other, and laughed foolishly. As for the news that came from time to time, such as the attempted assassination of the 10th prince before he ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager who did not want to be buried with him, and the secret clashes between the Liu family and the Li Palace, these were all ignored by the people in the Prince Ding mansion. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the new emperor's ascension. Mo Jingqi's coffin had been moved to a side hall on the western side of the imperial city. Perhaps because Mo Jingqi never thought that he would die so early, Mo Jingqi's imperial mausoleum had not been completed yet. The time needed to build the imperial mausoleums could not be completed in a day. Therefore, Mo Jingqi could not be buried in a short period of time and could only be placed in a palace for the time being. After the imperial mausoleum was completed, Zigong would be sent to the imperial mausoleum. The ascension of a new emperor in the Dechu state was always met with congratulations from all sides. Even when Imo Jingqi ascended the throne, the regent Imo Lufang had already passed away. The Dechu state still had Imo Xiuwen supporting it, and the famous young general Imo Xiuyao. The entire Dechu state was still relatively stable and strong. The surrounding countries, including Xiling, naturally sent envoys to congratulate him. This time, other than Nanzhao and the surrounding small countries sending envoys, there was no news from the neighboring Xiling and northern tribes. A 7-year-old emperor, and there were 2 opposing factions in court, each with their own thoughts. The Princeton mansion had already left the Dechu state. The 2 powerful countries, Xiling and northern tribes, did have the right to ignore them. Moreover, they were not in the mood to congratulate the new emperor of the Dechu state. They were coveting the fat piece of meat that was the Dechu state. The enthronement ceremony of the 10th prince was scheduled to be held on March 12th, which was not a bad day. The Princeton mansion naturally received an invitation early on. A few days before the coronation, Yili was invited to the palace by the empress. This was not the first time Yili had seen the 10th prince. This child, who had originally lived like a shadow in a corner of the imperial palace, had suddenly been pushed to the most eye-catching place after Imo Jingqi's incident. In the past half a month, he had suffered a lot of fright. When Yili saw him, he was sleeping in his biological mother's arms. Just by looking at his sallow and emaciated face, one could tell that he had not been living well these days. Hearing Yi Li's footsteps, the 10th prince immediately opened his eyes. His blank eyes were filled with horror and fear. He whimpered and was about to cry. His birth mother hurriedly covered his mouth in panic and looked at Yi Li and the empress at a loss. The empress frowned and sighed helplessly. Quickly let go of him. Princess Ding will not bicker with a child. The woman, who was wearing gorgeous clothes and had an ordinary appearance, finally carefully let go of the hand covering the 10th prince's mouth. She looked uneasily at Yi Li before softly coaxing the 10th prince in her arms. The 10th prince cried for a while and seemed to be tired. He then fell into a deep sleep again. The empress wanted someone to take him to rest, but was worried that she would wake him up again. Yi Li walked over and pressed on the 10th prince's acupuncture points a few times before saying in a low voice, "Take him to rest. Be careful, he won't wake up." Many thanks to Princess Ding. He thanked Yi Li with trepidation before taking the 10th prince into the back hall to rest. Seeing them leave, Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked the empress, "What happened?" The empress smiled bitterly. "What else could it be? This child. At first, I only thought that the 6th prince was arrogant and overbearing. He was spoiled and could not be a ruler. But this 10th prince, I am afraid that he is more troublesome than the 6th prince. It is also difficult for this child. He has only seen his father a few times in his life. His birth mother is also not someone who can teach him. He has been frightened a lot these days and has not been able to sleep well. Now, not to mention anything else, I am afraid that he will not even be able to cope on the day of the ascension." Seeing the empress' tired expression, Yi Li could only sigh. The 10th prince's birth mother was only a palace maid that Imo Jingqi had taken care of. She was originally from a poor peasant family and naturally could not teach the 10th prince anything. Although it was thought that because the 10th prince was about to ascend the throne, the people in the palace respectfully called her Empress Dowager. But that gorgeous dress could not change a person's temperament and ability. Wearing the gorgeous Empress Dowager's phoenix robe, it only made the small and unremarkable woman even more insignificant and uneasy. Right now, King Li and the officials of Hua country were supporting the outside matters, but the empress had to take care of the matters in the palace alone. If something happened to the new emperor at this time, even if the empress was not blamed, she would not be able to escape the crime of failing to protect the young emperor. No wonder the empress was so tired. Seeing the empress like this, Yi Li almost could not bear to talk about Feng Zhiyao. The empress saw that Yi Li was distracted and said with a smile, "Do you have something to say? We are not outsiders, just say it." Yi Li looked up and said in a low voice to her, "Feng San has returned." The empress stilled and looked down at the white, jade bracelet on her wrist in a daze. Yili did not rush her and quietly sat at the side to drink tea. After a while, the Empress came back to her senses and smiled apologetically at Yili, saying, "I have let you see a joke for a while. Isn't he fine in the northwest? Why did he come back at this time?" Yili looked calmly at the Empress and did not speak. The faint smile on the Empress' face also gradually disappeared. Looking helplessly at Yili, she said, "For Wang Fei to come and tell me this, it must be Wang Fei also knows about the matters of the past." Yili nodded and said softly, "The matters of the past are not your fault. Feng San's unwillingness to give up is his obsession, and it is also not your fault. If your Highness does not care, I will tell him not to disturb your Highness. But if your Highness is not indifferent, why not give each other a chance?" "Chance?" The Empress smiled bitterly and shook her head at Yili, saying, "Many thanks to Wang Fei. I know that Wang Fei is not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. It is not easy for you to tell me so much. Wang Fei, please tell him. I only treat him like Xiao Yao, a younger brother that I watched grow up. There is nothing else." Yili frowned and said, "He wants to see your Highness. Originally, he wanted to enter the palace as soon as he returned to the capital, but the prince and I persuaded him not to. But if I bring back such an answer, I'm afraid that he will not be convinced no matter what. When the time comes, he still wants to see your Highness." The Empress shook her head and said, "There is no need to meet. Right now, the palace is heavily guarded, and the new emperor is about to ascend the throne. I do not have the mind to think about these things. Wang Fei, tell him not to enter the palace. I do not have the time." Yili was silent. Not having the time was indeed a very good excuse to refuse. When a person did not even have the time to see you, it was naturally enough to show that they did not care about you. No matter from which aspect, the Empress was an extremely intelligent woman. "What plans does your Highness have in the future?" Yili asked with a frown. The Empress was puzzled and looked at Yili. Yili pursed her lips and said with a faint smile, "If your Highness wants me to persuade Feng San, you have to give me a reason. At least, you have to let him know that without him, your Highness can live very well, or even better than with him, right?" The Empress understood and said in a low voice, "When a new emperor ascends the throne, I will become the Empress Dowager of the Chu state. Is that not enough?" "Maybe it is." Yili sighed and said. The two were speechless for a while. There was a commotion outside the door. "Impudent! Have the Empress come out. Aijiao wants to see her." "Empress Dowager, the Empress is currently meeting with Princess Ding." "Empress Dowager, please wait a moment," the palace maid outside the door advised. "Impudent! Aijia is the Empress Dowager. Do I need to wait to see her? The one surnamed Feng, come out for Aijia." Yili frowned and said in confusion, "Didn't they say they were going to be buried together? Why are they still making a fuss? Is noble consort Lu still here?" The Empress said with a faint smile, "The Lu family and the King of Qin don't agree with noble consort Lu being buried together. The key is that the Prince Regent's intention is also wavering. Since noble consort Lu is still alive, the Empress Dowager naturally can't be moved for the time being. Those families are still arguing with the court officials and those scholars. I heard that there is a saying that they will be buried together with the emperor when he is buried. It doesn't count as going against the posthumous edict. That has nothing to do with the Empress Dowager, right? The late emperor has been buried for almost 20 years. Who knows what they are thinking? For this kind of thing, anything I say is wrong. Just let them argue among themselves." Hearing the noise outside getting louder and louder, the 10th prince seemed to have been woken up again and began to sob. The Empress frowned and said loudly, "Invite the Empress Dowager in." It was quiet outside the door for a while. A moment later, the Empress Dowager led her people into the main hall. Looking at the Empress Dowager in front of her, Yili couldn't help but be shocked. She remembered that the first time she saw the Empress Dowager was in Zhongda Palace. The Empress Dowager was a dignified and noble mother of the country. But now, the Empress Dowager seemed to have lost her dignified and noble royal majesty overnight. White hair, frowning eyebrows that couldn't be covered by makeup, and the ferociousness in her eyes. She didn't look like the Empress Dowager of a country, but more like a fighting beast trapped in a cage. Chapter 603. Imperial Mother, what is the matter? Seeing the Empress Dowager come in with a group of people, the Empress frowned and asked. The Empress Dowager fiercely stared at the Empress and snapped, "Where is the 10th prince?" The Empress calmly looked at the Empress Dowager and asked, "The 10th prince? Imperial Mother, why are you asking this?" The Empress Dowager coldly snorted. "The 10th prince is about to ascend the throne. Ijia is his imperial grandmother. If I don't teach him, who else can?" The Empress calmly refused. The new emperor has his tutor and court officials to teach him. Imperial Mother doesn't need to worry. Besides, the new emperor hasn't been registered yet. Imperial Mother is going to be buried with Imperial Father. It's not appropriate to meet. It was clear that the Empress Dowager had really angered the Empress these days. Otherwise, the Empress would never have said such a thing with her temperament. The Empress Dowager was so angry that her face turned green and white. Her hand trembled as she pointed at the Empress. "Presumptuous! Why sure, even though you were the Empress, you didn't leave behind a prince for the Emperor. Ijia thinks that the person who should be buried with him is you." The Empress Dowager was very jealous of the leisurely and graceful Empress in front of her, even though the Empress didn't have a son, and even her only daughter was missing. But on the surface, no one could touch her, not only because she was the daughter of the Hua family, but also because she was the Emperor's first wife. She was the D-Empress of the Dechu state and the D-Mother of all the princes and princesses. No matter which prince ascended the throne, they had to respect her as the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager had to admit that even though she looked down on and hated noble consort Liu, she was the same as noble consort Liu. No matter how favored she was, no matter how many children she had, without the title of the D-wife, they didn't even have the right to refuse to be buried with the Emperor. The Empress lowered her eyes and calmly said, "It's a pity that the Emperor didn't want I to accompany him before he died. Imperial Mother, Qin Xie thinks that you should go back to the palace to rest. There are many things that Qin Xie can't decide. Even the new emperor can't decide at this time. If Imperial Mother has something to say, it's better to go find Li Wang." The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth. Of course, she wanted to find Mo Jingli. However, ever since the emperor passed away, Mo Jingli had never entered the palace to pay his respects to her. Even when he occasionally entered the palace, it was to visit the Empress and discuss the ascension of the new emperor. By the time she received the news and rushed over, Mo Jingli had already left the palace. Now that the Empress Dowager's power had been stripped clean, it was very inconvenient for her to do anything. The Empress Dowager knew that Mo Jingli was determined to leave her alone. "Empress, what are you talking about? I just came to see the 10th prince." The Empress Dowager held back her anger and gritted her teeth. Since Imperial Grandmother wanted to see her grandson, she naturally had to let her see him. It just so happened that the 10th prince had also woken up. The Empress could only send someone to invite the 10th prince out. After the Empress gave in, the Empress Dowager sat down with satisfaction and drank the tea brought by the palace maid. Only then did he have the time to see Yi Li sitting beside him. The Empress Dowager didn't have a good impression of Yi Li. It wasn't that she had any opinions about Yi Li. It was that they had different standpoints from the start. And now, her life was hanging by a thread, while Yi Li had become Prince Ding's only wife. Princess Ding's name was as famous as Prince Ding's. How could the Empress Dowager, who had always boasted of being a heroine, feel comfortable? "Princess Ding," the Empress Dowager said with a frown. "Yes, greetings, Empress Dowager." Yi Li put down the teacup and gave a faint smile. She was sitting leisurely in the chair to the left of the Empress. She didn't look like a heroine whose name shook the world, but rather like an elegant and quiet lady. The Empress Dowager knew that there was nothing she could say to Yi Li, so she gave a soft snort and said no more. After a while, the 10th prince walked out after tidying up his clothes. Following behind him was naturally his birth mother. The 10th prince's birth mother's surname was Li. After giving birth to the 10th prince, she was titled Noble Lady Li. Now, everyone in the palace called her imperial concubine Li. Perhaps it was because she had been lowly since she was young, but she suddenly became the noblest woman in the world. Li Shi's fear and uneasiness were no less than the 10th prince's, so she would often act in a panic and tremble like a frightened bird. This kind of pettiness naturally couldn't enter the Empress Dowager's eyes. Looking at the trembling mother and son in front of her, the Empress Dowager gave a displeased snort. Li Shi jumped in fright and fell to her knees on the ground. This servant greets Empress Dowager. Li Shi had only seen the Empress Dowager a few times before, and she had only kowtowed from a distance. The Empress Dowager's status was noble, so she naturally wasn't someone a low-ranking concubine like her could come into contact with. When she suddenly heard the Empress Dowager's cold snort, she unconsciously knelt down. The Empress frowned in displeasure, but she was also very helpless. Li Shi's cowardice couldn't be blamed on her, but the new emperor's birth mother being so unpresentable was really a headache. When the 10th prince saw his mother suddenly kneel, he was also frightened and wanted to kneel as well. A lily-white hand gently supported his arm. Even if it was a woman's hand, the strength was not something a 7-year-old child could contend against. The 10th prince naturally couldn't continue kneeling. He couldn't help but look in panic at the person holding him. Yili sat in the chair and looked with a smile at the frightened child in front of her. She smiled slightly and said, "A man has gold under his knees. As a man, you can't casually kneel." The child, who had tears in his eyes and wanted to cry, stared blankly at the woman with a gentle smile in front of him. For a moment, he forgot to cry. He only felt that the blue-clothed woman in front of him was very gentle and kind. She made him feel more comfortable and at ease than staying by his mother's side. It seemed that his frightened heart gradually calmed down, and he couldn't help but quietly lean toward Yi Li. The Empress let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Shi and said, "Younger sister, what are you doing? Why aren't you getting up? Hurry up and help Nyang Li up." The palace maids serving around them quickly helped Li Shi up and sat down in a chair on the side. Li Shi looked uneasily at the Empress and Empress Dowager. Then she looked at Yi Li, who was smiling at her son. She helplessly twisted the corners of her gorgeous gold-embroidered clothes. At this time, the Empress Dowager's face had already sunk. She slammed the table and said sternly, "Princess Ding, what do you mean by this? Aijia is the 10th prince's grandmother. Could it be that Aijia can't accept this vow?" Yi Li smiled, but didn't say anything. She lowered her head and comforted the frightened 10th prince. The Empress calmly said, Mother, are you sure you want to accept this vow?" Although the 10th prince hadn't officially ascended the throne, from the moment the edict was issued, he was already the emperor of the Dechu state. As the emperor, even if it was his mother, he didn't need to bow. Moreover, was that bow just now? It was clearly the 10th prince and Li Shi kneeling because they were scared by the Empress Dowager. If he really knelt down, he would become a huge laughingstock. The Empress Dowager suppressed her anger and squeezed out a smile at the 10th prince, saying, "Su Yun, come here and let Imperial Grandmother take a look." The 10th prince had never seen an Imperial Grandmother. He only felt that the fierce old woman in front of him was very terrifying. He quickly hid behind Yi Li. The Empress Dowager's eyes darkened, but she didn't get angry. She took out a jade pendant and shook it, saying, "Come, let Imperial Grandmother take a look. This is Imperial Grandmother's gift to you." Chapter 604. The 10th prince looked hesitantly at the jade pendant and turned to look at the Empress. The Empress was drinking tea with her head lowered, but he looked at his Mufei, Li Shi, who was still wringing her clothes helplessly. How could she have the energy to care about him? In the end, he could only look at Yi Li. Yi Li laughed softly. "Do you like it? If you like it, then take it. Remember to thank Imperial Grandmother." "Grandson thanks. Imperial Grandmother." The 10th prince took the jade pendant and said thank you to Imperial Grandmother before hiding behind Yi Li again. The Empress Dowager, who had just put on a kind face and wanted to talk to him, grabbed empty air. Her face twisted again. The Empress saw this and controlled herself. Before the Empress Dowager got angry, she said lightly, "The 10th prince was frightened yesterday. If Imperial Mother is concerned about him, it is better to see him another day." The Empress Dowager had no choice but to leave angrily. Watching the Empress Dowager leave, Yili raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "What happened to the Empress Dowager? Was she so frightened by the decree that she forgot to bring her brain out?" Seeing the Empress Dowager like this, Yili was really not used to it. In the past, even if the Empress Dowager was not unfathomable in her eyes, she still had some tricks up her sleeve. But to break into the Empress Palace like today and scare the new emperor who had not yet ascended the throne, it was simply a lowly trick. The Empress smiled and said, "The Empress Dowager was forced to lose her sense of propriety. After all, who would not panic when it comes to matters of life and death?" Yili frowned and said, "What about Li Wang? Does Li Wang really not care about the Empress Dowager?" The Empress shook her head and said, "I also don't understand the matter between mother and son. For example, she never understood whether the Empress Dowager loved her two sons or which son she loved more. And Li Wang and Mo Jingqi, the two brothers, Mo Jingqi, hated their own mother to the point of being unreasonable. This child is called Mo Suyin." Yili looked down at the timid 10th prince hiding beside her and asked, "The name is not bad. In fact, Mo Jingqi's son's name was not suitable. The name of the founding Prince Ding was Mo Lanyan. Although no one stipulated that the royal family had to avoid mentioning the prince's name, such a name still made people feel a little uncomfortable." The Empress looked at the 10th prince, and a trace of affection flashed in her eyes. She said, "It was the people of the imperial astronomer who obtained it. Mo Jingqi had never taken this pair of mother and son seriously. Naturally, they couldn't expect him to personally come up with a name." Yili looked at the pitiful child in front of her with some amusement. This child's courage was a little too small. Of course, it could also be because he had been frightened these days. Although Xiaobao bullied Lung Junhan every day and called her Little Days Lung, Lung Junhan was more than 10 times smarter and bolder than the child in front of her. No wonder the Empress was so worried. As an emperor, it was no good to be bold and spoiled like Mo Ryun, but it was even more unacceptable to be scared to tears like the 10th prince, who might even sit on the throne. The former was barely able to keep up appearances, while the latter couldn't even keep up appearances. Looking at the 10th prince, the Empress sighed. Wearily, she said, "Great elder princess and the courtiers have handed him over to I, but how could I have the patience to change a child's temperament? This child has truly been taught to be too cowardly and timid." Yili smiled and said, "Princess Changle has been taught by your Imperial Highness to be intelligent and generous. Given time, the 10th prince will be better." The Empress smiled bitterly. How can there be time? He can't even deal with the present. If the 10th prince really insists on not attending the ascension ceremony, then even if the Prince of Li and the Lu family propose to appoint a new emperor, it won't be unreasonable. At that time, what the Empress didn't say was that, at that time, this child and Madame Li wouldn't be able to survive. Regardless of which side gained the upper hand in the end, they would absolutely not allow the most legitimate heir to the throne to live in this world. "Then, your Imperial Highness's meaning is?" Yili looked at the Empress and asked softly. She didn't believe that the Empress didn't know that this was her best chance to escape. The chaos in the Chu Palace and the foreseeable future was not a problem that could be completely resolved by supporting a new emperor. The Empress sighed and said, "Let's take it one step at a time." Yili shook her head and sighed. "Why bother, your Imperial Highness? Could it be that your Imperial Highness really doesn't want to see Wu Yo again one day?" The Empress's expression dimmed. Hearing Yili's words, she was slightly distracted. The Empress lowered her head and pondered. Yili didn't disturb her. Smiling, she looked at the 10th prince and asked, "Little Imperial Highness, how old are you?" The 10th prince blinked his eyes. Looking at the gentle and amiable elder sister before him, he timidly replied, 7 years old. His soft, childlike voice caused Yili to sigh. Her Xiaobao's speech had been very smooth. From the beginning, his voice had been very crisp and clear. She had never heard such a soft, childlike voice. It was truly a pity that such an adorable child had been pushed to such a position in the imperial palace. Little Imperial Highness, have you been afraid these days? The 10th prince's small body trembled. His face revealed a frightened expression. Clearly, he thought of what had happened these days. His eyes immediately filled with tears. Looking at Yi Li and nodding, Yi Li sighed and hugged his small body. She said, "Don't be afraid. There are many people who will protect Little Imperial Highness. Do you know? In the future, Little Imperial Highness will become the Emperor of the Dechu state. Do you know what an emperor is?" The 10th prince raised his head and looked at Yi Li. He said, "I know. It's someone like Imperial Father. And your Imperial Father is not worth emulating. However, you also saw that your Imperial Father is very powerful, right? Everyone is afraid of him." The 10th prince nodded. Yi Li continued to smile and said, "So, Little Imperial Highness, you will become the new emperor of the Dechu state. In the future, everyone will be afraid of you, so you don't need to be afraid of them. They won't dare to harm you." The 10th prince's voice carried a sobbing tone. But Wu. Yesterday, Wu was afraid. Yi Li hurriedly patted the 10th prince and softly coaxed him. Actually, she was not good at coaxing children. Mo Xiaobao did not need anyone to coax him. Lung Junhan, who was temporarily living in the Prince Ding mansion, was also a good child. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Little Imperial Highness, you have to be brave. A brave child doesn't need to be afraid of anything. Only then will others not dare to bully you. Do you know? Perhaps Yi Li's comforting words were useful, or perhaps it was purely Yi Li's voice that made the child feel at ease. The 10th prince gradually stopped crying. He looked at Yi Li and said, "Elder sister, will elder sister accompany Suyin?" Yi Li helplessly smiled bitterly. She could not accompany him. On the contrary, if this child really became an independent and outstanding prince in the future, they might even become enemies. However, looking at this soft and pitiful 7-year-old child in front of her, who could really harden her heart and ignore him, I didn't expect you to be so good at coaxing children. The Empress had already returned to her senses. She only felt that it was very interesting to see Yi Li and the 10th prince communicating, so she just watched from the side. Looking at Yi Li, the Empress smiled and said, "Speaking of which, this child is very timid. This is the first time he trusts someone he has just met so much. Even though I've seen him so many times, he usually just salutes properly." Yi Li smiled and said, "It's probably because I have been taking care of children when I moved in, so I have more affinity with children." The Empress only thought that she was talking about Mo Xiaobao. She smiled and said, "If this child has the courage and intelligence of little Shitsi, then I don't need to worry." Yi Li lowered her head and touched the head of the depressed child. The child, who was already 7 years old, was not really unable to understand anything. He could still understand the disappointment and worry in the adult's tone towards him. Yi Li said softly, "This child is not stupid. It's not impossible for him to get better if he puts in more effort." But Yi Li looked at Madame Li, who was sitting aside in a daze, and frowned. It was not that she was heartless to disregard the relationship between mother and son, but Madame Li was really not suitable for educating children. Because she herself had a lot of things that she didn't understand and was powerless to do, she naturally could not teach the child anything. All she could give the child was only doting. If the child was born in an ordinary family, it might not be a bad thing. At worst, the family would hand over a mediocre playboy or let Madame Li raise him. However, the 10th prince was born in the royal family and was in the teeth of the storm. A mother like Madame Li really couldn't give the child a suitable education. The Empress understood what she meant and nodded, saying, "I see. I will discuss it with Great Elder Princess. Perhaps it's a good idea to invite Great Elder Princess to the palace to teach the 10th prince in person. After all, Great Elder Princess assisted 2 generations of former emperors and was known as the Iron Fist Princess. If it were another woman, she would naturally take this opportunity to raise the 10th prince in front of her. After all, although she was the Empress, she was not the birth mother of the new emperor. In the future, When a new emperor took over the throne, his deep affection for his official mother and birth mother would determine his future life and honor. However, the empress didn't want to deprive the relationship between Madame Li and the 10th prince. She didn't have a son, but so what? It didn't mean that she would steal someone else's son. Just like her daughter, her Changle would always be her precious daughter. Your Majesty, you're right, Yili said with a smile. Yili was relieved that the empress didn't raise the 10th prince. Although the empress was unwilling to leave with Feng Jiao now, no one could be sure that she wouldn't figure it out in the future. If she had already developed a relationship with the 10th prince by then, it would be difficult to deal with. At that time, Yili wouldn't be able to explain it to Feng Jiao when she went back. Your Majesty, Madame Li said uneasily. Although she was stupid, she still understood that the empress was dissatisfied with her. In the palace, the only person she could rely on was her son. In any case, she didn't want to be separated from her son. The empress said indifferently, "Don't worry. I just invite great elder princess to the palace to teach the 10th prince. I won't separate you and your son." Thank you, your Majesty." Hearing this, Madame Li breathed a sigh of relief and said happily. Chapter 605. In the Princeton mansion, he heard the words that Yili brought back. Feng Jiao was silent for a long time, but he could not say anything. In this regard, Yili was powerless to help. From Feng Jiao's point of view, she could blame the emperor's stubbornness for delaying Feng Jiao. But this could not be blamed on the empress. She had never given Feng Jiao any hope. What she was doing now was indeed the best that any woman in this era could do. Moreover, it was the best that an empress could do. Yili could not use her own standards to ask a woman who had been educated to be loyal to the monarch. "Xiaoyao Feng San," Yili asked worriedly. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head from the book in his hand, saying, "Don't worry about him. He knows his limits." Seeing Mo Xiaoyao like this, Yili shook her head and threw this matter to the back of her mind. She told Mo Xiaoyao about seeing the 10th prince in the palace, and finally sighed, "That child is too worried and timid." I don't know what Mo Jingqi was thinking when he left behind the edict. Mo Xiaoyao put down the book and walked behind Yili. He hugged her from behind, letting her lean on him, and said softly, "This is between Mo Jingli and other people. It has nothing to do with us. Li, why do you need to copy hearts for them?" Yili smiled and shook her head, saying, "I'm not copying hearts for them. It was just that looking at the ignorant child who was destined to be sacrificed, she could not bear it. That child was only a little older than Mo Xiaobao. Maybe it was because she was a mother, her heart was softer than before." Mo Xiaoyao said softly, "Although the capital is under martial law right now, no one dares to stop the people of the Princeton mansion. If Li feels bored, you can walk around. You don't have to worry about the trivial matters in the palace." Yili nodded and said, "I understand." Understanding that Mo Xiaoyao didn't want her to worry about those trivial matters, Yili naturally agreed. They were family. As for the others, no matter how pitiful they were still outsiders. She didn't want Mo Xiaoyao to worry about her. Mother! Mo Xiaobao's voice passed through the long corridor, cheerfully rushing over. Mo Xiaoyao frowned unhappily, looking up at Mo Xiaobao, who had already run to the door and was about to enter. Behind Mo Xiaobao was Lung Junhan, who was panting. Yili said helplessly, "Chun, walk slowly. Look at how tired Junhan is." Mo Xiaobao looked back at Yili, who was still panting but smiling at him. He snorted softly and snuggled into Yili's arms. Yili looked down at his annoyed little face and couldn't help chuckling. She patted Mo Xiaobao and said, "Junhan is younger than you. You're the older brother, so you have to take care of her. Do you understand?" "I understand," Mo Xiaobao whispered. She looked up at Lung Junhan and said, "Little dummy Lung, if you can't walk, just tell me. I will wait for you." Lung Junhan touched her little head and grinned innocently at Mo Xiaobao. It made Mo Xiaobao more embarrassed. Yili had enough of her son's embarrassed appearance. She waved to Lung Junhan with a smile and said, "Junhan, Come to Aunt. Lung Junhan cheered and threw herself in front of Yili. He smiled happily and rubbed against Yili's arms. He also liked Brother Xiaobao's mother very much. She smelled good, was warm, and as good as his mother. Unfortunately, Brother Xiaobao didn't like him pestering Aunt. Imo Xiaoyao stood behind Yili with a dark face. It was fine if it was only Imo Xiaobao, but now there were two brats hogging Yili. The time he spent alone with Yili every day was shortened by a lot. Thinking of this, Imo Xiaoyao began to regret his decision to send Lung Haoyu. Imo Xiaoyao began to regret his decision to send Lung Haoyu. Imo Xiaoyao said that Feng Zhiyao had a sense of propriety, but he didn't expect that Feng Zhiyao would get into big trouble that day. Late at night, it was already late at night. The entire Princeton mansion had already quieted down. Only the candlelight in the study was still lit. Imo Xiaoyao and Yili sat in the study, reading files and chatting from time to time. Although they seemed to be leisurely in the capital, there were still countless things that they needed to personally check every day. Even if they didn't need to make decisions immediately, they still needed to grasp the information to prevent any sudden changes. Feng Sen still hasn't come back from going out today. After reading the last file, Yili saw that there was still a large pile of files in front of Imo Xiaoyao. She casually picked one up and flipped through it as she asked. Imo Xiaoyao said he probably went out to find a place to vent his anger. Feng Zhiyao looked casual and elegant, as if he was born with a good temper, but in reality, his personality was very clear. His happiness and anger were all displayed on his face. It was just that these years of experience had taught him to hide his emotions in front of others. Yili frowned slightly and said, I keep feeling that Feng San's mood wasn't right when he left during the day. He's waited for so many years. It would be strange if his mood was right. In reality, Imo Xiaoyao had never been optimistic about Feng Zhiyao's feelings for the Empress. When they were young, he had vaguely tried to persuade him a few times. But every time, it would end with the two of them punching and kicking each other until the sky turned dark. As they grew older, they learned to respect each other's feelings. It was not easy to persuade them, so it dragged on for so many years until Feng Zhiyao was already in his 30s. According to the age of an ordinary rich young master in this world, Feng San would be holding a grandson in 2 years. These two, Yili sighed. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up from her chair. Someone broke in. Imo Xiaoyao beside her had already rushed out of the study like a wisp of smoke, leaving only his low voice. Yili, go watch those two brats. Yili looked regretfully at the white figure that disappeared outside the door. This was the difference between a perfect qigong and an ordinary one. When Yili arrived at the courtyard where Imo Xiaobao and Lung Junan lived, Zhuijing was already waiting outside the door. When he saw Yili, he bowed and greeted, Wang Fei. Yili nodded. It's been hard on you. Are the two children all right? Zhuijing said in a low voice, This is this subordinate's duty. Little heir and young Master Lung are fine. As he spoke, Imo Xiaobao rushed out from inside. Mother, what happened? Yili saw a certain someone's sparkling eyes filled with eagerness. She raised her hand and patted his head lightly. Be good and stay with Zhuijing. Take good care of Junan. Mother will go to your Fuwang to take a look. Imo Xiaobao pouted in disappointment at not being able to join in the fun, but he still nodded obediently. Then Mother, be careful. Yili smiled. You're so mischievous. After settling the two children, Yili rushed to the front courtyard. But she found that there was no fight. It was obvious that the person who broke into the Fu was someone they knew. Shaking her head, Yili turned around and walked towards the parlor in the front yard. However, what she saw in front of her made her head ache. In the reception pavilion, Feng Zhiyao was sitting on the ground. There was a pool of dark red blood beside him. The blood had not dried yet. It was obvious that someone had just vomited. Imo Xiaoyao stood in the middle of the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The expression on his face was chilling. Yili did not doubt that it was Imo Xiaoyao's masterpiece that Feng Zhiyao was sitting on the ground and vomiting blood. But what gave her a headache was not only that. In the chair next to him, There was a person wrapped under a large black screen. Although the face could not be seen clearly, Yili could tell that it was a woman based on the body shape. What kind of person could a woman be that Feng Jiao would bring back in the middle of the night? Yili thought about it and felt her head hurt even more. Chapter 606. The woman in the chair was clearly still unconscious. Yili walked over and pulled back the cloak covering her face, revealing the woman's beautiful and dignified face. Who else could it be other than the Empress she had just met today? Nonsense! Yili turned to glare at Feng Jiao as she scolded in a low voice. Feng Jiao didn't mind and hooked his lips into a smile. His normally teasing eyes were now filled with deep helplessness and sadness. Even Yili couldn't bear to say anything more. With a sigh, Yili asked, "Did she agree to you bringing her out like this?" Feng Jiao was silent. Yili understood that he had ignored the Empress' wishes and directly brought her out of the palace. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao become even angrier, Yili silently walked to his side and pulled his hand to the side to sit down. Otherwise, Yili couldn't guarantee that Imo Xiaoyao wouldn't give Feng Jiao another slap. "You've become quite daring. I never knew that young Master Feng was so daring." Sitting next to Yili, Imo Xiaoyao suppressed his anger and coldly said to Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao faintly smiled, but he didn't have his usual carefree and unrestrained air. Only a faint helplessness and dullness remained. "I'll take responsibility for what I've done. I won't implicate the Prince Ding mansion." Bang! Imo Xiaoyao slapped the table next to him. The table was fine, but the furnishings and teacups on the table instantly shattered. Imo Xiaoyao was so angry that he laughed. "Good. Very good. Young Master Feng, you're so capable. But won't you implicate the Prince Ding mansion? Since you're so capable, why don't you just take her out of the capital?" Feng Jiao was silent. The city gates were currently closed, and the capital was currently under martial law. It was fine if he was alone, but it was impossible for him to bring an unconscious person out of the city. Feng Jiao closed his eyes tiredly. "Xiaoyao, I'm sorry, but I don't regret it." Imo Xiaoyao snorted. Looking at him, he said indifferently, "Young Master Feng San thinks you're smart. Didn't you think of a way out before you started? Did you enter the palace to kidnap people in a moment of impulsiveness?" Feng Jiao was a little embarrassed. He really didn't think too much about it. After he had snuck into the palace to find the Empress, he had been rejected by the Empress. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. In a moment of anger, he didn't think about anything and returned to the palace to rescue her. But he didn't think that Imo Xiaoyao would be so angry. Not because he went into the palace to kidnap the Empress, but because he didn't even have a plan before he kidnapped her. "Then what should we do now?" Understanding Imo Xiaoyao's thoughts, Feng Jiao didn't force it. In terms of intelligence, he lost to Imo Xiaoyao by a lot. He could accept this fact. Yili raised an eyebrow and said with a slight smile, "How about we send her back before anyone finds out?" "No." Feng Jiao quickly said. He had taken her out with great difficulty. If he sent her back, he couldn't guarantee that he would have the courage to do so next time. And he didn't bring her out just because of his feelings. It was more because he knew that her future in the palace wouldn't be easy. Even if she wasn't willing to accept him, he hoped that she could at least live a more relaxed and happy life. At least, he still had some hope, right? Imo Xiaoyao looked at the sky. It was already 5 o'clock. He shook his head. It's too late. In at most an hour, someone will find that the Empress is missing. Yili frowned. Then what should we do? Send her out of the city now? Right now, the sky wasn't bright yet. It wasn't a good time to leave the city. But if they missed this last moment, once people found out that the Empress was missing, it would be even harder to leave the capital. She can't leave right now. We all know the Empress' personality. She isn't someone that just leaves. If we send her out now, she will come back on her own. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head. Let's temporarily stay in the Prince Ding mansion. Even if the Empress is missing, no one will dare to search the Prince Ding mansion. Fortunately, the guards and servants of the Prince Ding mansion were all trustworthy, and Feng Jiao had come back at night. Otherwise, Tonight's matter would be like how Mo Jingli had kicked his son to death. Before the sky even brightened, the news would have spread to all the mansions in the capital. Many thanks to Prince, many thanks to Wang Fei, Feng Zhiyao said joyfully. Yili waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Find a place to settle her down. You've been busy all day. Take advantage of the time to rest." Feng Zhiyao gave his thanks again. He picked up the sleeping empress and turned to leave. In the flower pavilion, Yili turned to look at Mo Xiaoyao and said with a raised eyebrow, "This is the propriety that Prince spoke of? He even dared to kidnap the empress of country. If this was propriety, then what was there that he did not know propriety?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. This is probably the first time in Feng San's life that he did not know propriety. Allowing Feng Zhiyao to settle the empress, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao did not go to visit. The two held hands as they returned to their own courtyard to rest. Less than 2 hours later, someone came to their door. "Prince, Wang Fei, Duke Hua requests an audience." Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao exchanged a look. Mo Xiaoyao stood and said, "Invite Duke Hua to the study. I will go over now." Yi Li reached out to grab Mo Xiaoyao and said with a faint smile, "Let's go together." Mo Xiaoyao did not object. The two changed their clothes and went to the study. Duke Hua, who had been invited to the study, was discontented. His old face with white hair and beard was much more haggard. His slightly muddy old eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Seeing Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao walking hand in hand, he hurriedly stood to greet them. "Prince Wang Fei." Mo Xiaoyao raised a hand to support Duke Hua. He said in a rare, gentle voice, "Duke, why are you here so early? Is something the matter?" Duke Hua sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Isn't something big happening? Otherwise, why would this old man be so insensible as to come here so early in the morning?" The two of them helped Duke Hua sit down on either side before taking their own seats. Yili smiled faintly. "Old Duke, what are you saying? We'll always welcome you whenever you come to visit us. You haven't said what happened yet. What happened?" Duke Hua was not in the mood to be courteous. He said in a low voice, "The Empress is missing." Although they already knew that Duke Hua would come here for this matter, they still didn't know how to say it. After a while, Yili slowly opened her mouth and said, "Old Duke, Her Majesty the Empress is in Ding Wang Fu." Chapter 607. Hearing Yi Li's words, Duke Hua was stunned at first. He clearly didn't know how to react. Mo Xiaoyao didn't say anything either. He held his teacup and calmly waited for Duke Hua's reaction. After a long time, Duke Hua finally came back to his senses. He looked at the two calm people in front of him and said, "What's going on?" "Prince Yu." Mo Xiaoyao put down his teacup and looked at Duke Hua apologetically. "This happened so suddenly that I didn't inform you. I'm really sorry." Duke Hua finally reacted after a long time. He sighed and glared at Mo Xiaoyao unhappily. "Who wants you to apologize? I just want to ask why you brought the Empress to the Prince Ding mansion for no reason. Does the prince think that there aren't enough people watching the Prince Ding mansion?" Hearing this, Yi Li smiled faintly. "I'm sorry for making you worry. It's true that we're young and inexperienced. We were impulsive." Duke Hua sighed and looked at Yi Li. "The prince and the princess aren't impulsive people. I want to ask why. Ask the Empress to come out. I'll try to send her back to the palace." Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao looked at each other. They didn't expect Duke Hua to let them take the Empress away with just a few words. However, since Feng Zhiyao had taken the risk to bring the Empress out, they couldn't let Duke Hua take the Empress away before they could be sure that Feng Zhiyao couldn't persuade the Empress. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Duke Hua and calmly said, "That's why I said sorry to you, Duke Hua. I'm afraid I can't let you take the Empress back for now." "Why is that?" Duke Hua frowned and asked. The Empress being taken out of the palace by the Prince Ding mansion was really out of his expectations. The reason why he hurried to the Prince Ding mansion was because he wanted to use the Prince Ding mansion's power to investigate this matter. But he didn't expect such an outcome. Regardless of whether it was for his personal relationship with the Prince Ding mansion or for the relationship between the Dechu state and the Northwest, this matter could not be spread. Therefore, this decision could be said to be the best decision for everyone. He did not understand why Prince Ding and Wang Fei would object. Yili sighed helplessly. It seemed like Duke Hua didn't know about Feng Jiao. As a result, none of them knew what Duke Hua's reaction would be if he heard that it was Feng Jiao who took the initiative to kidnap the person. After thinking about it, Yili was about to say something when the Empress's voice came from the door. "I made father worry. I'll go back with you now." The three of them turned their heads to look outside the door. The Empress, who had taken off her large cloak, appeared at the door in her bright yellow phoenix robe. The expression on his face was indifferent, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The Empress stepped into the hall, and Feng Jiao followed her in. The man in red had bloodshot eyes, and his expression was tired and gloomy. He looked even worse than when he had been hit by Immo Xiaoyao last night. "Feng San, what's wrong? You look so bad. Didn't you see a doctor last night?" Yili asked faintly. Duke Hua's expression changed when he saw Feng Jiao behind the Empress. However, when he saw that Yi Li and Immo Xiaoyao were both present, he didn't say anything. Instead, his hand on the armrest slowly tightened. Yili glanced at Duke Hua out of the corner of her eye, and then asked Feng Jiao with a smile. Hearing this, the Empress turned to look at Feng Jiao in surprise. She had noticed before that Gu Hua's expression was not good, but the two of them were not on good terms, so she didn't ask too much. She just assumed that he didn't rest well last night. Now that she took a closer look, she found that not only did Feng Jiao's expression look wrong, but his face was also tired and pale. "I'm fine. Thank you, Princess, for your concern," Feng Jiao said hoarsely. Yili frowned. "Xiaoyao didn't go easy on you. You should have a doctor take a look at you later, in case it leaves a lasting illness." Feng Jiao silently lowered his head, neither refusing nor agreeing. When Yili said this, the two people present naturally understood what was going on. The Empress's face paled, and Duke Hua's expression turned even uglier. Immo Xiaoyao waved his hand. "Let's sit down and talk. Sister Hua, even if you want to return to the palace, there's no need to rush." The word Sister Hua made the Empress's eyes turn red. In fact, after she married Immo Xiaoyao stopped calling her Sister Hua. This seemingly ordinary form of address made her involuntarily recall the carefree time when she was still a budding young girl. Duke Hua looked at everyone present for a long time, then sighed deeply and waved his hand. "Forget it. It's already like this. It won't be bad, even if it's a little later." The Empress and Feng Jiao finally sat down, one on the left and one on the right. Feng Jiao sat opposite Duke Hua, but his eyes were fixed on the Empress as if the people around him didn't exist. Seeing this, Duke Hua frowned but didn't say anything in the end. "Old Duke, do you really want to send the Empress back to the palace?" Immo Xiaoyao looked at Duke Hua and asked calmly. "Old Duke, you should know that the news of the Empress's disappearance has spread throughout the palace. Even if you send her back without leaving a trace, in the future, if the new emperor or someone else wants to make trouble for the Empress, this will definitely be used against her." Duke Hua glared at Feng Jiao with some anger. He was also an old man who had experienced countless things. Seeing the situation in front of him, how could he not know what was going on? Looking sideways at his calm daughter sitting beside him, Duke Hua sighed helplessly. "So what if she doesn't go back?" "If it's possible, our Hua family won't be willing." This old man understands Prince's meaning, but the Empress's identity is different from others. If it's discovered that the Empress is in the northwest, it will be a great blow to the Prince and the Prince Ding mansion's reputation. Back then, how could Duke Hua be willing to marry his daughter to Mo Jingqi, who was still a prince? The Hua family's wealth had reached its peak. As long as he was still alive, no matter who ascended the throne, they would leave some face for the Hua family. A prince's wife, or even the Empress, was never a good thing for the Hua family. Unfortunately, the late emperor was worried that the Hua family and the Prince Ding mansion were too close, so he forcefully tied the Hua family to the ship of Mo Jingqi, who was about to succeed the throne. If the emperor wanted his subjects to die, they had no choice but to die, let alone a mere arranged marriage. Duke Hua had always known of Feng Jiao's existence. However, he had never placed too much importance on Feng Jiao. It wasn't that he looked down on Feng Jiao, but Feng Jiao was, after all, several years younger than the Empress. When the Empress was married, Feng Jiao was still a half-grown child. Even if there was something going on, Duke Hua only treated it as a child's momentary infatuation. Thus, when Feng Jiao sneaked into Duke Hua's mansion on the night before the Empress's wedding, not only did he not make a move to capture him, he even allowed him to smoothly meet him. Otherwise, given that Feng Jiao was only 15 years old, how could it be so easy for him to break into the heavily guarded Duke Hua's mansion? Duke Hua naturally wouldn't say these things. He sized up the red-clothed man in front of him. Feng Jiao, who was already in his 30s, was no longer the thin youth who had left in the heavy rain. His handsome face now had a hint of calmness and elegance that hadn't been there in his youth. More importantly, Feng Jiao, who was the same age as Mo Xiaoyao, didn't even have a concubine, let alone a wife. Duke Hua naturally knew why this was. No matter how one looked at it, Feng Jiao was undoubtedly the most satisfactory son-in-law candidate. It was just a pity, sizing up the somewhat thin and haggard man who still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Duke Hua's eyes gradually turned into pity and helplessness. Chapter 608. Yili smiled faintly and said softly, "Old Duke, does the Hua family intend to support the new emperor?" Duke Hua was stunned. He did not expect Yili to ask such a question so directly. However, seeing Mo Xiaoyao calmly drinking his tea without being offended, based on his understanding of King Ding's Fu and Mo Xiaoyao, he shook his head and said bluntly, "I'm afraid that Duke Hua's Fu has the heart but is powerless." Although the younger generation of the Hua family was not a good-for-nothing, they did not have any outstanding talents. When he was still alive, he could help a little, but he was already over 80 years old. Who knew how many more days he could hold on? Once he passed away, not only would the Hua family, who supported the new emperor, be destroyed, but the new emperor they supported would also be unlucky. If so, after the new emperor ascends the throne, what will the queen do? What will the empress do? Yili asked. Duke Hua frowned. The queen was Mo Jingqi's wife. No matter which prince ascended the throne, they would have to respect her as the empress dowager. But Duke Hua also understood that although the 10th prince's birth mother was weak and useless, he was not afraid that the queen could not suppress her. But women in the palace were the most fickle, and if the 10th prince successfully took over the throne, the Hua family, who had been watching on the sidelines, would not have a good time. By then, the queen's life would not be easy. If something happened to the 10th prince, as the official mother, the queen would not have a good time either. Duke Hua looked at the queen hesitantly. All these years, he had always felt guilty towards this daughter of his. She joined a royal family for the Hua family. But at the same time, because of the Hua family, she could only maintain her appearance in the palace. She could never win her husband's heart and could not even have a son. The Hua family always knew that it was not that the queen could not give birth to a son, but Mo Jingqi was not willing to let the queen give birth to a son. "Father, you don't have to be like this. Your daughter has lived a glorious life. There is nothing wrong with it." Looking at the old man's guilty eyes, the queen smiled faintly. Tilting her head to look at Yili, who was sitting next to Mo Xiaoyao, the empress smiled and said, "I know that Wang Fei is thinking for me, but some things are meant to be and cannot be forced." Yili frowned. "Doesn't the empress want to see Chang'e again?" "Chang'e?" Duke Hua's eyes widened. Chang'e is in the northwest? Although Duke Hua's mansion had sent people to protect his granddaughter, they did not return to Duke Hua's mansion for safety reasons. Therefore, Duke Hua only guessed that Chang'e had gone missing because she had been rescued and hidden by the people he had sent. He did not expect her to be in the northwest. Yili said with a smile, "Of course. Chang'e is a girl after all. How can I rest assured that she will be alone outside?" Duke Hua looked at the empress, then at Feng Jiao, Mo Xiaoyao, and Yili. His snow-white brows were tightly furrowed. Before he could say anything, Zhuijing came in and reported, Prince Wang Fei, someone from Duke Hua's mansion is here. The Prince Regent wants to see the old Duke. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked displeased. Mo Jingli is getting more and more arrogant. Duke Hua was not angry. He stood up and said, "Forget it." He was the Prince Regent personally appointed by the late Emperor. There is nothing wrong with summoning me. Sorry for disturbing Prince Wang Fei. I will take my leave now. With that, he walked out of the door. The Empress also stood up and followed Duke Hua out. Seeing this, Feng Jiao wanted to stand up. However, he felt an invisible pressure on his face, making him unable to move. He could only watch as the Empress stood up and left. Duke Hua, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and looked at the Empress, saying, "Stay in Prince Ding Mansion for a few days. I am not ready to send you back to the palace." "Father." The Empress frowned and said worriedly. Duke Hua did not give her a chance to refute and said firmly, "That's it. You don't have to send me back." "Father." Seeing Duke Hua leave, the Empress wanted to follow, but she heard a pfft behind her. Feng Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ayao." The Empress was shocked. Feng Jiao smiled at her with difficulty, but the blood on his lips kept falling. Countless dark red flowers bloomed on his originally red brocade clothes. The Empress quickly went forward to support him. She glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "What happened? How did he get hurt so badly?" Mo Xiaoyao did not care. He calmly drank his tea and said, "I didn't hit him hard last night. He didn't want to live anymore, right?" Last night, Mo Xiaoyao did not hit him hard, so he added a bit of hidden energy. It was enough to force Feng Jiao to spit out blood, but not to the point of hurting him. "You?" The Empress frowned and glared at Feng Jiao with slight anger. Yili quickly said, "Empress, please help Feng San back to his room to rest. I'll have someone call a doctor over." Seeing Feng Jiao's face turn even paler after spitting out blood and his body on the verge of collapse, the Empress did not care about anything else. She could only help Feng Jiao out, completely forgetting that they could call someone to help. Seeing the Empress help Feng Jiao out with some difficulty, Yili asked her husband in confusion, "These two, can they do it or not?" Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and said, "How would I know this?" "Duke Hua. I sent him away and kept the doctor for him. If Feng San still can't do anything, then let him die by himself. I'm not his father. I don't have to think for him." Yili angrily pinched him inside. "These two." She shook her head and did not know what to say. In fact, she somewhat understood the Empress's thoughts. Other than the responsibility of being the Empress, the women of this era were still bound by the idea of not having a second husband. Perhaps it was not difficult for her to give up the position of Empress, but it would be more difficult for her to accept Feng Jiao. Mo Xiaoyao took her into his arms with a smile and said softly, "Don't worry. At least Feng Jiao should be able to persuade her to go to the northwest this time. After all, Chang'e is still in the northwest." Once the responsibility of being the Empress was removed, Chang'e was definitely the most important person to the Empress. As long as the Empress still wanted to see her daughter, there was no need to worry that she would not leave. But how to make her accept Feng San really had nothing to do with him. He was the prince, not the Yulao. Yili thought that Mo Xiaoyao's words made sense. Even if they were thinking for the Empress, they should not interfere too much with her feelings. It was the Empress's freedom to accept whoever she wanted. It cannot be said that because Feng Jiao had done the most for her, the Empress should accept Feng Jiao as a matter of course. And now it was much better than they had expected. At least Duke Hua did not seem to want to take the Empress back to the palace. As long as Duke Hua did not object, the Empress would have less resistance to leaving the capital. "Didn't you hit him too hard just now?" Yili thought of the blood that Feng Jiao spat out. It was real blood. It was not an act to deceive the Empress. Mo Xiaoyao said carelessly, "Feng San has been depressed these days. He was seriously injured last night. It was a good thing that he spat out the blood. Don't worry about it." "Really?" Yili was a bit doubtful. Was it really not because Feng Jiao caused so much trouble and Mo Xiaoyao took the opportunity to take revenge? Deep in the prince's mansion, in the courtyard covered by green trees, The Empress had already changed out of her gorgeous phoenix robe. The inconspicuous white robe made her look less noble and more beautiful. She also looked much younger. After sending away the doctor that had examined Feng Jiao, the Empress held the prescription that the doctor had left behind. Her brows were tightly knit. She thought of how the doctor had said that Feng Jiao had been depressed for a long time and was afraid that it would harm his life. Turning back to look at the pale-faced man lying on the bed with a heavy shadow under his eyes, the Empress' heart suddenly ached. In the end, she could only sigh and turn to find someone to boil the medicine. Don't go. His clothes were pulled. Feng Jiao's voice was clearly weak. His eyes looking at the Empress were filled with hope, sadness, and caution. The Empress helplessly stood there for a while before finally giving in. She walked to the stool by the bed and sat down. Looking at him, she said, "Ah Yao, rest well for a while. I won't go. When you fall asleep, I'll have someone boil the medicine." Feng Jiao was dissatisfied. "I can't go even if I'm asleep." The Empress was in a difficult position. She needed to find someone to boil the medicine. She didn't know if Yili did it on purpose or if there were really too few people in the Princeton mansion. There wasn't a single servant in Feng Jiao's courtyard. If she wanted to do something, she could only go personally or go outside the courtyard to find someone. Feng Jiao stubbornly stared at the Empress' face. He looked like he wouldn't close his eyes if she didn't agree. Seeing the Empress' worried frown, Feng Jiao said in a low voice, "I'm fine. The injury isn't serious. I don't need to take medicine." In reality, his injury really wasn't serious. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, his heart that had been heavy had relaxed a lot. But it really was very painful. Feng Jiao didn't need to think to know that he had been tricked by Immo Xiaoyao in secret. But to be able to have this warm interaction, even if Immo Xiaoyao had seriously injured him, he would only be grateful to him. "Nonsense. Why aren't you taking medicine? Do you think you're still a child?" The Empress reprimanded softly. Feng Jiao smiled. He thought of when he was young. He was often beaten by Immo Xiaoyao until he was covered in wounds, but refused to apply medicine. The woman in front of him had also reprimanded him like this. "Wait a while. You can't sneak away while I'm asleep." "All right, rest well," the Empress said softly. The Empress said softly. She seemed to see the handsome and stubborn boy from more than 10 years ago. The Empress's expression softened a lot. Having received the promise, Feng Jiao finally closed his eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 609. The Empress had disappeared from the palace. This was definitely a huge matter that could shake the entire court. Although she didn't know why, Immo Jingli had sealed this news within a certain range. However, this did not stop the people who knew the news from secretly discussing it. Therefore, when Dukhua received the news and rushed into the palace, the people who met him along the way could not help but look at this old general with sympathy. When the previous regent Immo Lufang was still alive, and even when Dukhua was still young, the Hua family was extremely prestigious. Although the Princeton mansion was not the #1 family in the Chu state, it was definitely one of the top families. However, ever since Immo Lufang passed away and Dukhua became old, anyone with eyes could see that the Hua family was gradually being suppressed by the emperor. Even with the empress daughter, this situation did not improve. Now, the empress who was about to become the empress dowager had disappeared. How could people not feel sympathy? When Dukhua arrived, Immo Jingli was in the side hall of the empress palace. After receiving the news of the empress' disappearance, he quickly rushed to the palace to confirm the news. After all, after the 10th prince ascended the throne, the empress and the Hua family would have the easiest time taking the initiative. When that time came, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If the empress really disappeared, the Hua family naturally would not have any excuse to participate in court politics. Duke Hua was already old, and the remaining members of the Hua family did not have the qualifications. This old official greets the regent. Duke Hua trembled as he bowed. Immo Jingli quickly went up and personally helped Duke Hua up. "I am very ashamed to have the old duke personally come to the palace. I hope the old duke will not blame me." Tears immediately flowed down Duke Hua's old face. Prince is too serious. How could this old man not come when the Empress suddenly disappeared? The poor Empress. The Forbidden Palace is so strict. How could the Empress? Mo Jingli's expression froze. He always knew that this old Duke was not easy to deal with. In just a few sentences, he had already pushed the blame to him. Now that the guards of the capital and the palace were in his hands, it was fine if Duke Hua wanted to say that he was at a disadvantage. People might even suspect that he had done something to harm the Empress. Old Duke, don't be impatient. I believe that Imperial sister-in-law is blessed by the heavens and will definitely be able to turn her misfortune into a blessing. Old Duke, please sit down and talk. Even if he wished that the Empress would never return, Mo Jingli had to say a few words on the surface. However, this kind of consolation was obviously useless to Duke Hua. Duke Hua was still choking with sobs as he muttered about the Empress. The white-haired old man's face was covered in tears, and it was a pitiful sight. At this time, there were many people in the hall. Not only the high-ranking concubines in the Empress Dowager's palace, but even the prince of the imperial family had come. Looking at Duke Hua's miserable state, the others did not have the heart to ask any more questions. However, the Empress Dowager did not have such scruples. She raised her voice and said, I heard that Duke Hua just came out of the Princeton Mansion. I wonder what you're doing at the Princeton Mansion at this time? Everyone present looked at the Empress Dowager in surprise. It was as if the Empress Dowager had changed into a different person after the announcement of the edict. If the Empress Dowager originally had the demeanor of a scheming heroine, the Empress Dowager now looked more like an ordinary ignorant woman. Noble Consort Liu, who was sitting next to the Empress Dowager, had a faint smile on her lips. Compared to the Empress Dowager, she clearly had more advantages. Therefore, after the initial panic and shock, she quickly calmed down. She knew what to do to keep herself alive. Duke Hua looked at the Empress Dowager with a sorrowful expression and said sadly, Empress Dowager, please forgive me. This old official heard that the Empress had gone missing. In a moment of desperation, I went to the Prince Ding mansion to ask for help from Prince Ding. This old official did not consider it thoroughly. Please punish me, Empress Dowager. Everyone was embarrassed. You've already said so. Who could blame you? Moreover, before Mo Xiaoyao passed away, he had restored all the status and reputation of the Prince Ding mansion. Although Mo Xiaoyao was unwilling to accept it, as the officials of the Chu state, they could not pretend that they did not see it. With the status of the Prince Ding mansion, it was not impossible for Duke Hua to ask for help immediately when the Empress went missing. Mo Jingli frowned slightly. He looked at Duke Hua with a rare, amiable expression and said, Old Duke, you worry too much. Old Duke, you did not do anything biased in this matter. What crime have you committed? But I don't know what Prince Ding has to say. The Empress Dowager, who had been refuted by Mo Jingli, had a twisted expression but did not say anything more. Duke Hua sighed and said, It happened so suddenly. Prince Ding just received the news and has already sent people to investigate. I think there will be news soon. Everyone saw Duke Hua's anxious and worried expression and did not ask anything more. Only Mo Jingli and a few relatives of the imperial family comforted him. After so many years, the Empress had done things properly. She still had some reputation in the imperial family. Duke Hua only thanked them one by one and did not say anything else. Old Duke, please wait. At the palace entrance, Duke Hua was about to leave the palace and return to his residence when he was stopped by someone behind him. Turning around, Duke Hua looked at the unfamiliar palace maid in front of him and said calmly, What is it? The palace maid looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Facing Duke Hua, who had spent his entire life fighting, she still had some status. She lowered her head and hurriedly said, The imperial consort invites old Duke for a chat. Duke Hua coldly said, My Hua family has no relationship with the imperial consort. Presumably, there is nothing to chat about. Moreover, these are troubled times. It is inconvenient for this old man to rashly enter the harem. The palace maid saw that he was about to leave and hurriedly said, Old Duke, please wait. The imperial consort said, It is about the Empress. Old Duke Hua, please go. Duke Hua's face darkened. He coldly glanced at the palace maid and said with his hands behind his back, "Young lady, please lead the way." Finally, she completed the imperial consort's order. The palace maid secretly let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly turned around and led Duke Hua to see Imperial Consort Lu. The palace maid did not lead Duke Hua to the palace where Imperial Consort Lu lived. Instead, she led him to an inconspicuous and remote palace in the Imperial Palace. They did not meet anyone along the way. Duke Hua knew that Imperial Consort Lu was completely different from the Empress Dowager. Even now, Imperial Consort Lu still had deep connections and power in the Imperial Palace. In this case, Duke Hua's heart sank. If Imperial Consort Lu really knew the truth about the Empress' disappearance. Greetings, Imperial Consort. Imperial Consort Lu sat under the eaves of the palace that had been deserted for a long time. She still looked high and mighty, like a fairy in the sky. Duke Hua had never liked Imperial Consort Lu. It was not because she was his daughter's rival in love. It was because when Imperial Consort Lu was still a young girl, she had a kind of indifference that came from her bones. It was as if no one in the world was worthy of her attention. He didn't know where Imperial Consort Lu got her arrogance from. She thought she was above all the other beauties in the world. However, that kind of arrogance made most people feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, Duke Hua had also noticed Imperial Consort Lu's feelings for Mo Xiaoyao. However, he had never thought highly of her. Prince Ding was a proud and arrogant young man. How could he take a fancy to such an arrogant woman, no matter how beautiful she was? Chapter 610. You may rise, Duke Hua. Noble Consort Lu turned around and said indifferently. Duke Hua stood up and asked bluntly, "May I know why your majesty has summoned me here?" Noble Consort Lu smiled faintly and looked at Duke Hua, asking slowly, "Duke, how is the Empress?" Duke Hua narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Forgive me, I don't understand what you mean. If you really don't know, why did you come to see I?" Noble Consort Lu lowered her eyes and said, "If I don't have solid information, why did I invite you to see me? It's a coincidence. Last night, a girl from Ai's palace passed by the Imperial Garden and happened to see a person leaving the palace with something. She saw a corner of that thing. It seemed to be the phoenix brocade that only the Empress could wear. More coincidentally, the girl didn't know that person, but she described her till I had some impression of her." Duke Hua said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about. If that's all you want to say, please forgive me for leaving." Duke Hua cupped his hands and turned to leave. Noble Consort Lu's cold eyes flashed, and she sneered. "The Empress is now in the Prince Ding mansion, isn't she? It was Feng San who took the Empress away last night. Duke Hua, do you really not care at all?" Duke Hua turned around and sneered. "Since you're so confident, why don't you directly report it to King Li and the Empress Dowager? Instead of worrying about the Hua family and the Empress, why don't you worry about yourself? Noble Consort Lu, the late Emperor's edict is not so easy to change." Noble Consort Lu's face darkened. Duke Hua was warning her that if she interfered with the Empress's affairs, the Hua family had many ways to make the royal family carry out Mo Jingqi's edict immediately. In fact, it was not easy for Mo Jingqi's edict to be delayed until now. It was just that Mo Jingqi hadn't been buried yet, and the new emperor hadn't ascended the throne. With the Lu family and King Li around, no one mentioned the burial for the time being. But it had already been announced to the world. Sooner or later, the idle scholars would definitely mention it. If the Hua family interfered, it would be even more difficult to handle. Noble Consort Lu watched as Duke Hua turned around and left. The peach blossom in her hand was crushed into pieces. The light red flower juice stained her jade-like hand. In the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao received a message from Duke Hua. He frowned and threw the letter on the table. Yili picked it up and looked at it. She frowned and said, "How did Noble Consort Lu know about this? To be able to kidnap the Empress out of the palace without a plan, do you expect him to have any rationality left?" It wasn't surprising that he was discovered. Besides, I'm afraid Noble Consort Lu has an expert by her side, Mo Xiaoyao said. Master? Yili asked curiously. She couldn't imagine what kind of master noble consort Lu, who was born in the palace, would have. Could it be that the imperial palace was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. Noble consort Lu has always thought highly of herself. If it was a thesis, she might have a chance. But if it's a scheme, she's far from it. These things didn't seem to be her doing. Different from many noble ladies, noble consort Lu could be said to have been pampered all her life. She was born in the most powerful period of the Lu family. She was the only daughter of the same generation and was also very beautiful. At that time, the Lu family really doted on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been raised to be so arrogant. After entering the palace, she was spoiled by Mo Jingqi without any principles. She didn't need to use her brain to scheme against others. Noble consort Lu, who was used to doing whatever she wanted, was indeed not very good at scheming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have aroused Mo Jingqi's suspicion when he was dying and failed. Yili didn't know noble consort Lu well, but after several confrontations, Yili could feel that noble consort Lu was not a scheming person. She could tell from the way she pestered Mo Xiaoyao. Thinking about it, Yili asked, "Who do you suspect?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled and simply said, Tan Jiji. Tan Jiji? Yili paused. She hadn't mentioned this name for a long time. Since Shu Manlin was killed by Princess Anxi, Tan Jiji's whereabouts were unknown. After that, Ren Qining appeared, which made them shift their attention away from Tan Jiji. They didn't expect that Tan Jiji would sneak back to the capital. Mo Xiaoyao said, Tan Jiji quietly stayed by Mo Jingqi's side for 10 years. Since he wasn't sincerely loyal to Mo Jingqi, he couldn't have done nothing in the past 10 years, right? So I guess he not only knows Su Zuidi and noble consort Lu, but also knows Mo Jingli. Hearing this, Yili was surprised and frowned. Then the medicine Mo Jingli brought back from Nanjiang. It was Tan Jiji who revealed the news to him. Mo Xiaoyao continued. The sacred land of Nanjiang has always been in Shu Manlin's hands. Even if Princess Xixia's relationship with Princess Anxi is weak, she is still Princess Anxi's sister. Shu Manlin couldn't have done anything to her. The news that the sacred land of Nanjiang has this medicine could only be told by Tan Jiji or Shu Manlin. Yili was silent. If this was true, Tan Jiji must have played a part in Mo Jingqi's death. Rubbing between her eyebrows, Yili had to admit that she really wasn't suited for these schemes. If so, what do Tan Jiji and noble consort Lu want to do this time? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said carelessly, Don't worry. If they want to leak the news, they won't talk to the old duke. Since that's the case, they must want something. If we don't do anything, they will come to us. He was sitting in the Prince Ding mansion. Even if Mo Jingli really suspected that the Empress was in the Prince Ding mansion, would he dare to come in and search? Besides, Mo Jingli probably wanted them to take the Empress away so that he could have something against the Hua family and prevent the Hua family from causing trouble for him in the future. Mo Xiaoyao had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the capital, so he didn't care about most of the things. But Feng Jiao and the Empress meant something different to him. Since Feng Jiao had brought them out, he naturally didn't mind spending some effort to take them away. Yili frowned and said, No matter what, it's uncomfortable to have someone peeping in the dark. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, Since Miss Li feels uncomfortable, then we'll just deal with him. Princess consort, something has happened. Just as they were speaking, Zhuijing rushed in and reported without even bowing. Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. What is it? The Feng family has been raided. Zhuijing reported. Mo Xiaoyao faintly glanced at Zhuijing and asked, What is this? Although the Feng family was one of the 4 wealthiest families in Great Shu and was also Feng Jiao's family did not dare to offend them. But they weren't people of the Prince Ding mansion. Therefore, it didn't matter to Mo Xiaoyao whether or not the Feng family was raided. Zhuijing was also a bit embarrassed. As soon as he received the news, he quickly came in to report. He forgot that the Feng family had nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion other than their relationship with Master Feng San. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. Let's tell Feng San. After all, he is his biological father." Zhuo Jing agreed. Before he turned to leave, Feng Jiao had already appeared outside the door and said faintly, "No need. I already know." Feng Jiao and the Empress walked in one after the other. Their expressions were not good. Clearly, Feng Jiao had rushed over after hearing about this. His face was still a bit pale, but the sadness in his eyes had dissipated a lot. Feng Jiao looked apologetically at Mo Shuyao. Prince Mo Shuyao waved his hand and smiled a bit fakely. "No need to apologize to I. Right now, no one in the Chu capital dares to cause trouble for I. If you don't feel guilty towards the Feng family, let's go back to Li City." Feng Jiao smiled bitterly. He didn't have any feelings towards the Feng family, but it wasn't to the point where he could ignore the Feng family being raided. In the end, he didn't have any deep hatred towards the Feng family. He just chose a different path. This time, the Feng family was truly implicated by him. "This subordinate will definitely take care of this matter," Feng Jiao said in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao squinted and said, "How do you want to take care of it? After robbing the palace, do you want to rob the prison again? Or do you want to walk right into the trap and say that it was you, young Master Feng San, who robbed the Empress?" Feng Jiao looked speechlessly at the lazy, white-clothed, white-haired man in front of him. They had known each other for a few decades. He understood Mo Xiaoyao well enough. He was saying this to help him take care of the problem. But Feng Jiao's heart was very uneasy. This matter was indeed caused by him being too impulsive. If he had endured and come back to discuss with Mo Xiaoyao might not have stopped him. He might even have helped him. Now that he had made a mistake, he needed the Prince Ding mansion to take care of it for him. This made Feng Jiao secretly regret his impulsiveness. "Don't act like this in front of I. Bring Tanjiji to the Prince Ding mansion in 3 hours. Otherwise," he didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was self-evident. Feng Jiao's spirit was shaken. He said loudly, "This subordinate obeys. I'll go immediately." He looked back at the Empress sitting on the side. The Empress smiled faintly and said, "You go do what you need to do. I'll talk to Prince Ding and the princess." Hearing this, Feng Jiao's face lit up. His tone was a lot lighter. He looked at the Empress and said, "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." After speaking, he walked out of the parlor with light steps. It didn't look like he was injured at all. Seeing the bright red brocade clothes disappear at the door, the Empress sighed helplessly. She looked apologetically at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao and said, "I've troubled you." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "Feng San has been enslaved by I for more than 10 years. It's not a big deal to occasionally help him solve some problems. I don't want to hear anything else. It's better to wait for Feng San to come back. If he comes back and you're gone, I'm afraid I'll have one less capable fighter." The Empress couldn't help but smile. She shook her head and said, "After so many years, your friendship with Yao hasn't changed. Thank you for taking care of him all these years." Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand indifferently and said, "Feng San isn't just a subordinate of the Prince Ding mansion. He's also a brother that I grew up with. Maybe Su Qingchun was more intelligent than Feng San. Maybe Zhang Qilan and the others were better at fighting than Feng San. But only Feng San was a brother that grew up with him. He was a brother that accompanied him through the most painful years. There weren't many friendships like this in life. Maybe there were few in the past. But after so many years, only Feng Jiao hadn't changed." Chapter 611. Although most of the Prince Ding mansion's power had left the capital for a long time, when Mo Xiaoyao truly wanted to find someone, it was very easy. After all, the Prince Ding mansion had operated in the Chu capital for close to 200 years, not 10 or 8 years. The depth of its foundation was not something that Tanjiji, a descendant of the previous dynasty who could barely walk in broad daylight, could understand. Therefore, when Tanjiji was politely invited to the Prince Ding mansion by the people of the Prince Ding mansion, he still couldn't hide his shocked expression. In the main hall, Emo Xiaoyao stared at the middle-aged man in the hall with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Young Master Tan, how do you think I should greet you this time? Or, do you have something that you can use to exchange for your life with I?" Hearing this, Tan Jiji really didn't want to argue. For someone like Emo Xiaoyao, once he decided on the result, no matter how you argued, it was meaningless. However, he had to work hard for his name. After all, he wasn't tired of living. He smiled helplessly and said, "The Prince Ding Mansion's foundation is indeed deep. I have nothing to say about it falling into the hands of the prince. It's just, I don't know what I've done to anger your highness." Emo Xiaoyao looked at Tan Jiji with interest. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Could it be that young Master Tan thinks that I called you here to drink tea?" Tan Jiji sighed. Of course he knew why Emo Xiaoyao called him here. He just didn't think that he would be found so quickly. Sighing, Tan Jiji said straightforwardly, "I can't do anything about what the prince said. Although the idea came from me, I really can't do anything about the Dechu State's court right now. Therefore, young Master Feng-san, please forgive me." After speaking, Tan Jiji cupped his hands in apology to Feng Jiao, whose face hadn't changed since he saw him. Feng Jiao sneered and ignored Tan Jiji. Tan Jiji also didn't care much and sat calmly drinking tea. Emo Xiaoyao leaned against the back of the chair, seemingly leisurely sizing up Tan Jiji. However, even though Tan Jiji looked calm on the surface, his heart was actually stretched taut. Emo Xiaoyao's gaze on him seemed ordinary, but in reality, the pressure he felt was no different from a real sword. He knew that now that he had fallen into Emo Xiaoyao's hands, his life or death would depend entirely on Emo Xiaoyao's mood. After a while, Emo Xiaoyao seemed to have seen enough before slowly retracting his gaze. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Young Master Tan, are you here chatting idly with I? Are you waiting for someone to save you?" Tan Jiji was stunned. The smile on his face became even more bitter. "Since I've already fallen into the prince's hands, I don't dare to think about it." He truly didn't have much hope for those people. Tan Jiji had always been proud of his foresight. Compared to Emo Xiaoyao's scheming people in the Chu capital, he was far inferior. Falling into Emo Xiaoyao's hands wasn't a loss. After all, he had helped Emo Xiaoyao plot against Emo Xiaoyao many times. In fact, he had almost been able to completely destroy the Prince Ding Mansion. He just couldn't accept it. He had great ambitions all his life, but in the blink of an eye, he was almost 40 years old and still hadn't accomplished anything. Now that he had fallen into Emo Xiaoyao's hands, his chances of survival were even slimmer. Emo Xiaoyao naturally saw the unwillingness in Tan Jiji's eyes. He looked at Tan Jiji with a smile and said, "Young Master Tan, are you unwilling to accept that all these years of hard work have been for nothing?" "I'm afraid it's not for nothing. Instead, it's for someone else." Tan Jiji glanced at Yili, who had been sitting silently beside Emo Xiaoyao. He said with some annoyance, "Speaking of which, it seems that ever since the prince married the princess, the Prince Ding Mansion's fortunes have changed. Rather than saying that he's making things difficult for the Prince Ding Mansion, it's better to say that he wants the Prince Ding Mansion to openly cut ties with the Dechu State." Emo Xiaoyao raised his brows and smiled at Yili. He turned to look at Tan Jiji with some regret. "If it weren't for those things in the past, I really hope that someone like young Master Tan can stay in the Prince Ding Mansion. Actually, young Master Tan, you don't need to be upset. Even if your original plan succeeded, the person who would have the last laugh wouldn't be you, because you've walked in the wrong direction from the start. Look at Renchining. Does young Master Tan still not know the difference between you and him?" Tan Jiji's expression changed. If there was anything in this world that was a sore spot for someone like Tan Jiji, it was without a doubt Renchining. Ever since Renchining appeared as a descendant of the previous dynasty and with the identity of Lin Yuan, Tan Jiji had felt very uneasy. There was only one Lin Yuan. If Renchining was an orphan of the previous dynasty, then what was Tan Jiji? If he wasn't a descendant of the previous dynasty, then what was the purpose of his actions in the past half of his life? Tan Jiji didn't look for Renchining, nor did he look for Dr. Lin to ask. because he faintly felt that the answer was something he didn't want to see. It seems that this matter doesn't need the prince's concern, Tan Jiji said with an ugly expression. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and said, Indeed, it has nothing to do with I. Whether it's you or Rinchining, I have never placed them in my eyes. Prince, you're too confident. Don't forget how miserable the Princeton mansion was when it fell. Logically speaking, Tan Jiji knew that he definitely didn't dare to talk back to Mo Xiaoyao. But when he saw Mo Xiaoyao's nonchalance and indifference, the anger in his heart couldn't help but rise. The most infuriating thing wasn't that you couldn't win against your enemy, but that your enemy had never placed you in his eyes from start to finish. So, young Master Tan and Mo Jingqi have clearly done something stupid. Could it be that you think that if the Princeton mansion wasn't a subject of the Dechu state, with Mo Jingqi's insignificant ability, he would be able to scheme against my big brother? Back then, the heir of the Princeton mansion, Mo Xiaowen, although he didn't have the same reputation as his younger brother, he was indeed one of the people that Mo Xiaoyao respected the most. To be able to convince someone like Mo Xiaoyao, it definitely wasn't something that could be done with just the identity of an older brother. And now, in this world, who can stop me? Tan Jiji snorted lightly, his eyes revealing his disbelief. But that gaze was somewhat deliberate and forced. Mo Xiaoyao didn't mind, and waved his hand to have someone take him away. Tan Jiji still had some use, so he didn't have to kill him for now. But he definitely wouldn't let him escape from his hands a second time. Feng Jiao rudely took Tan Jiji, whose martial arts had been restrained, away, leaving only Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao sitting opposite each other in the hall. Yi Li unhurriedly replaced the cold tea and poured a new cup of hot tea. She smiled at the white-haired man sitting opposite her and asked, Prince, do you have any plans? Someone like Tan Jiji. Tan Jiji wasn't a big deal. He had fallen into the hands of the Princeton mansion and had his martial arts restrained. As long as he was still in the Princeton mansion, even if he was thrown into jail, he wouldn't be able to leave the Princeton mansion, let alone find out any news. But Yi Li remembered that Dr. Lin was still in the Northwest. Last time, when she went back, she didn't ask Dr. Lin about Tan Jiji. After so many years of interaction and the kindness of saving her life and teaching her, Yi Li really treated that old man as a family member. She didn't want to make the old man too sad. Chapter 612. He's just a clown, Mo Xiaoyao said blandly. Don't worry, Li Li. I will take care of the relationship between Tan Jiji and Dr. Lin. Yi Li nodded. As long as Mo Xiaoyao promised something, he was always very reliable. After a little consideration, she threw it to the back of her mind and said to Mo Xiaoyao, There's nothing to do in the capital. Let's go back to the Northwest. She was afraid that if she delayed any longer, her big brother would really get angry when they got back. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and smiled happily. We took care of the Feng family's matter this time. The matter of the new emperor ascending the throne should have come to a conclusion. Then let's go back to the Northwest. Although Mo Xiaoyao threw most of the work to Su Qingshan from time to time, he still knew that going too far was as bad as falling short. If he squeezed too much and Su Qingshan ran away, then the gains would not make up for the losses. The Feng family was very unlucky this time. Although it was said that scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen were the worst, businessmen who were able to reach the Feng family's level were definitely more glorious than most people. What's more, the Feng family was the only one among the 4 richest families in the Chu state that had a foothold in the capital and had some relations with the imperial family. Normally, everyone would give them some face. However, ever since the emperor passed away, the Feng family was divided into several factions. They quarreled endlessly over which side to support. Before they could reach a conclusion, the Feng family had already been cleanly raided. They didn't even have time to figure out why they were raided. The family of hundreds of people were locked up in the capital's Supreme Court's prison. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Feng family had been raided without any warning. From top to bottom, everyone was thrown into prison. Those who had a good relationship with them would naturally avoid them like the plague. Not to mention those who were waiting for the Feng family to fall so that they could get a share of the profits. How could there be anyone to take care of them? The noble madams, young masters, and young ladies who were originally living a life of luxury were suddenly thrown into a dirty and dark prison. Naturally, they would cry endlessly. The head of the Feng family, Feng Jiao's biological father, Feng Huiting, was locked in a solitary cell. Compared to the crying of his wife, concubines, children, and the other members of the Feng family, he was much calmer. He only leaned against the wall and sat in the corner of the cell. He didn't even respond to Madame Feng's calls. As soon as Feng Jiao entered the Supreme Court, he was stopped. Originally, according to the orders from above, although Feng Jiao's relationship with the Feng family was cold, he was still a concubine son of the Feng family. He would definitely be imprisoned. However, Feng Jiao had another identity. He was Prince Ding's confidant and the deputy general of the Mahist army. The person who went to arrest them did not dare to go to the Prince Ding mansion personally to arrest them. He could only report it to his superiors, but in the end, the matter was left unsettled. However, it was impossible for young Master Feng San to enter the Supreme Court to visit the Feng family. Feng Jiao gloomily stared at the Supreme Court official with a fake smile in front of him. After the Feng family was thrown into prison, he had been busy capturing Tan Jiji. He only had time to visit after completing Prince Ding's orders. However, he was blocked outside the door. It was easy to imagine how bad Feng Jiao's mood was as he had not slept for 2 days. Get out of my way. Feng Jiao was cold. His usually elegant smile was dyed with a bit of cruelty, but it made the person in front of him shiver involuntarily. Young Master Feng San, for Prince Ding's sake, the court is already gracious to not make things difficult for you. Don't fail to appreciate kindness. Perhaps it was because he realized that he had been so casually frightened by a junior. The old man in front of him was anxious to regain his lost face and spoke righteously. Feng Jiao disdainfully snorted. If you have the ability, then lock this young master up as well. This young master has never heard of the Supreme Court not allowing people to visit the prison. It was true that the Supreme Court did not allow people to casually visit the prison, but there were still some hidden rules in the officialdom. As long as one had money, there was no place that was inconvenient to go except the imperial palace. However, Feng Jiao did not plan on giving money. He looked at the righteous old man with a smile that was not a smile. Do you need this young master to tell the people from the censorate how much benefits Official Wang has received in the Supreme Court in the past 7 years? Official Wang's expression changed. He glanced at his subordinates who had their heads down and pretended not to hear anything. He stared at Feng Jiao for a long time before dryly coughing and saying, "Since young Master Feng San is a member of the Prince Ding mansion, this official naturally cannot come. I have come to ask young Master Feng San to quickly come out." Feng Jiao coldly laughed and said, "This young master coming here has nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion." After saying this, he did not care about Official Wang's expression and walked into the prison with a wave of his sleeve. As soon as he walked into the prison, he was greeted with a cold and rotten aura. Both sides of the corridor were filled with pairs of filthy black hands that wanted to pull on passers-by. Feng Jiao lightly snorted. His sharp eyes swept to the sides, and the prisoners who wanted to pull on him immediately withdrew their hands. People who had been in prison for a long time had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid harm. Even if Feng Jiao's appearance was handsome and luxurious, like a distinguished young master from a prestigious family, the evil aura accumulated from over a decade of war was not something these prisoners could resist. The Feng family members were locked in the innermost part of the prison. Before he even stepped in, he could smell the strange stench coming from inside. Feng Jiao could not help but knit his brows. His half-closed eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Walking into the place where the Feng family members were locked up, Feng Jiao's expression was complicated as he looked at the man resting in the innermost cell. Feng Huiting, who was almost 60 years old, looked much younger than his actual age. Even in this dark and dirty cell, he was much neater than the crying and noisy Feng family members in the next cell. Feng Jiao found that compared to when he left the capital many years ago, there was much more white hair on his temples. 6 years ago, when Feng Jiao returned to the capital, he did not listen to Su Hongyan's advice and went back to see him. Thinking about it, the father and son had already seen each other every day for 7 or 8 years. Feng Jiao closed his eyes and hid the unnecessary emotions in his eyes. Feng Jiao's sudden appearance caused the noisy Feng family members to immediately quiet down. The red-clothed man, standing in the corridor, was wearing a luxurious red brocade robe. No matter where he was, his handsome and outstanding appearance caused the dark cell to suddenly light up. The Feng family members were not familiar with Feng Jiao. Since Feng Jiao was 8 or 9 years old, he had spent more time in the Prince Ding mansion and outside than at home. But looking at the red-clothed man in front of them, someone finally remembered that many years ago, there was a Feng family member who was always dressed in red no matter where or when. It was unknown who suddenly called out, "Feng Jiao, big brother, second brother, long time no see. How have you been?" Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and showed a slightly malicious fake smile to the 2 middle-aged men not far away. No matter how many years had passed, Feng Jiao still could not like his 2 brothers. When he was a child, they were existences that he envied and feared. When he was a teenager, they were the objects of his disgust and hatred. But now, Feng Jiao, who had long matured, had already left these 2 brothers far behind him. The hatred that he thought was deep in his bones when he was a teenager was now only a faint instinctive disgust. "Feng Jiao, why are you here?" The second son of the Feng family, Feng Zuan, stared at his third brother who he had not seen for many years and asked with some displeasure. The grudges when they were young were probably just children who did not know how to behave, but the grudges when they were young were more related to interests. At that time, the Feng family forced the head of the family to drive Feng Jiao out of the Feng family because he was close to the Prince Ding mansion. After Feng Jiao followed Prince Ding to the northwest, they publicly broke off their relationship with him. But now, Feng Jiao was like a fish in water in the Prince Ding mansion. On the contrary, they were reduced to this state. The faces of the 2 sons of the Feng family were not very good. Third brother, save me, it's none of my business. Save me." A middle-aged woman scrambled to the railing and reached out to grab Feng Jiao's clothes as she cried. Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. The Liu family and Prince Li were well prepared. Not only did they capture the people of the Feng family, but they even captured their married daughter. It didn't seem like they were just threatening him and the Prince Ding mansion. Thinking of Mo Xiuyao's casual smile when he was about to leave, Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing here?" When Feng Zuan called out Feng Jiao's name for the first time, Feng Huiting opened his eyes and looked at the luxurious man in red outside. An inexplicable emotion flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared as he asked calmly. The cold voice made Feng Jiao's heart feel stifled, but the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. "Of course I'm here to see you, father. You look good." "Meddlesome," Feng Huiting said coldly. "You are no longer a descendant of the Feng family. Whatever happens to the Feng family has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to come and visit me. If there's nothing else, go back." After speaking, Feng Huiting closed his eyes again and ignored Feng Jiao's changed expression. "Father, what are you talking about?" The Feng family's 4th young miss next to him said with dissatisfaction. "Third brother is Prince Ding's confidant. Third brother must be here to save us. Third brother, let me out quickly." Feng Jiao originally felt a little guilty, but after being provoked by Feng Huiting's cold words, anger suddenly surged in his heart. He sneered and pulled back his clothes that were grabbed by Feng Si. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Sorry, as Master Feng said, I'm no longer a member of the Feng family. What happens to the Feng family has nothing to do with me. Right now, I'm just here to watch the show. Little bastard, even if the Feng family is in dire straits, it's not your turn to gloat. Maybe the Feng family was harmed by a slut like you." The lady Feng on the side suddenly cursed. Hearing this, Feng Jiao looked at the Lady Feng with some surprise. The Lady Feng had always relied on her status as the official wife. Although she never looked at a bastard like him, she always had a magnanimous and virtuous appearance on the surface. She would never do anything that would cause people to gossip. Aside from her two sons bullying her and pushing them out without leaving a trace, the Lady Feng was really not bad compared to the vicious and merciless women in the inner residence. He didn't think that she would be unable to hold back at this time. "Shut up." Feng Huiting suddenly spoke and coldly said, "Filthy words. Could it be that after going to prison, your manners were all eaten by dogs?" The Lady Feng choked. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 613. Coldly looking at Feng Huiting and Madame Wang, Feng Jiao snorted and turned his head away in disdain. It had always been like this. Ever since he was a child, his father only cared about his official wife and son. No matter how hard he tried, he was always ignored. Feng Jiao suddenly felt angry and powerless. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. A graceful white figure flashed through his mind. Feng Jiao's eyes, which had a trace of resentment, suddenly became much gentler. Yes, even without the Feng family, he still had other things. Emo Shuyao, who grew up like a brother, and his colleagues and comrades in arms, whom he had known for many years. Perhaps soon he would have his own family. Thinking of the graceful figure in the Prince Ding mansion, the depression in Feng Jiao's heart suddenly dissipated. He raised his head and looked proudly at Feng Huiting in the corner. "I have already reported to the prince. You can come out soon. In the future, In the end, he didn't say anything decisive. Feng Jiao snorted and turned to walk out. So what if they were implicated by him? His head must have been clamped by a door for him to feel guilty. Save them, and in the future, they wouldn't owe each other anything. Feng Huiting silently watched the red figure turn and leave. In the dark corner, a trace of relief flashed through his old eyes. Noble consort Nyang Yang has arrived. The Prince Regent has arrived. Feng Jiao hadn't taken a few steps when a loud report came from the door. Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. It was one thing for Mo Jingli to come, but even noble consort Lu had come. It seemed that Dukhua was right. Not only could noble consort Lu move freely in the palace, she could even leave the palace at will. It seemed that she had really grasped Prince Li's major weakness. Not in a hurry to leave, Feng Jiao turned and slowly walked back. On the other side of the cell, noble consort Lu in white looked at the dirty environment in front of her and frowned in disgust. No amount of incense could cover up the stench in the cell. Noble consort Lu looked at Mo Jingli beside her and said unhappily, "I really don't understand. Why do you have to come to a place like this in person?" Mo Jingli said indifferently, "I don't seem to have asked noble consort Lu to come." Noble consort Lu snorted. Of course, Mo Jingli didn't ask her to come. However, Tan Jiji was missing, and there was no one around her to give her advice. If she did not follow him, how would she know what Mo Jingli was up to? Mo Jingli didn't care about the dark and filthy cell. He walked in and said, "You don't have to treat I like this. The Feng family is just a businessman. Even if I want to do something, I won't do it to them." Noble consort Lu's heart moved. The Feng family did not have enough power to move Mo Jingli in the court, but their money was enough to move anyone. "Do you want the Feng family's money?" Mo Jingli said indifferently. "Do you think the Feng family is easy to offend? Because of your words, I confiscated the entire Feng family. Since you have already offended them, why don't you just offend them so that they will never rise again? You make it sound nice. The Feng family is Mo Jingqi's people. Naturally, they will not be loyal to you. Instead of letting others take advantage of them, it is better to accept them yourself. Even if I didn't do this, you would have done something to the Feng family sooner or later." Noble consort Lu sneered. Mo Jingli didn't deny it. While talking, the two had turned the corner and reached the innermost part of the cell. However, they saw a figure who shouldn't have been here, standing leisurely in the corridor. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at them with a smile. Feng Jiao, how dare you? Noble consort Lu narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered. The smile on Feng Jiao's face deepened, as if he was in a very good mood. No matter how bold I am, I can't compare with noble consort. Ah, no. It's great noble consort who is about to be buried with me. As an imperial concubine, how dare you leave the palace at will? As an imperial concubine who is going to be buried with me, how dare you still live? Feng Jiao. Noble consort Lu gritted her teeth and stared at Feng Jiao with a cold face. The Prince Ding mansion caught eyes people. You go back and tell Prince Ding that I will personally go to him to ask for them. Feng Jiao waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to go to him personally. I'm afraid that noble consort Lu has an ulterior motive. Asking for the people is fake, and taking the opportunity to pester our prince is the real reason. Our princess is very jealous. So for the peace of the prince and the Prince Ding mansion, I will decline noble consort Lu's kindness on behalf of the prince. How dare you? Noble consort Lu angrily rebuked. She wasn't afraid of the whole world knowing that she liked Mo Xiaoyao, but she also hated others who mocked her affection. Mo Jingli frowned and unhappily interrupted the verbal contest between the two. I didn't come to listen to your nonsense. Feng San, you are really bold. Do you think that you can break into the Supreme Court with the support of the Prince Ding mansion? Feng Jiao smiled faintly. Not at all. Prince, you flatter me. Didn't His Highness raid the Feng family without any evidence or crime? Compared to your Highness, this one's ability is simply not worth mentioning. Seeing Feng Jiao, he naturally thought of the people behind Feng Jiao. This made Mo Jingli couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to fight with Mo Xiaoyao now, nor did he plan to provoke Mo Xiaoyao. But Mo Xiaoyao stayed in the capital for a long time, which made many of his plans unable to be implemented. Mo Jingli didn't ask noble consort Lu why she wanted to capture the people of the Feng family. He was going to make a move against the Feng family anyway. With noble consort Lu as a shield, it was much better for his reputation. Why not? But he always thought that the relationship between Feng San and the Feng family was weak. Feng San intervened in the Feng family's affairs on behalf of himself or the position of the entire Prince Ding mansion. Or Mo Xiaoyao also had his eyes on the fat meat of the Feng family. Frowning, Mo Jingli asked, "How is Prince Ding?" Feng Jiao looked at Mo Jingli in front of him in surprise. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. If Mo Jingli mentioned Mo Xiaoyao a few years ago, it would be considered very well-mannered if he didn't curse or ridicule him. Now, he could actually ask so calmly. Sure enough, power was the easiest thing to change a person's appearance. Nodding, Feng Jiao said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Princely. Our prince has always been well." "Is that so?" Mo Jingli said. "I seem to have heard that Shieling Genom of Gojoseon seems to be interested in increasing the number of troops at the border. I wonder if Prince Ding has any plans?" Feng Jiao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Prince said that he is on vacation. Everything is handed over to young Master Qingshun to handle. I'm afraid that Prince will have to ask young Master Qingshun about this matter. Mo Jingli and Feng Jiao could be considered acquaintances. He knew that if he really beat around the bush with him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to talk about anything serious until tomorrow morning. He could only take the initiative to change the topic. "Young Master Feng, are you here to see Master Feng?" Feng Jiao shrugged as an answer. Mo Jingli said faintly, "Speaking of the Feng family's matter, the Prince Ding mansion is also somewhat related. However, I don't have the final say on this matter. Otherwise, for the sake of Prince Ding, it's not a big deal to make things easy for young Master Feng." Feng Jiao looked down. Was Mo Jingli telling him that he wasn't the one who was targeting the Feng family? He sneered in his heart. He would be a fool to believe Mo Jingli. He glanced at noble consort Lu beside him faintly. This woman was probably the one who was being used. Sure enough, she was an idiot with a beautiful face. No wonder Prince didn't like her. Chapter 614. Thank you, Prince, for your concern. I'm just here to take a look. Anyway, the Feng family doesn't need me to worry about someone who has been expelled from the family, right? Presumably, Prince and noble consort Lu have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Feng Jiao was about to leave after casually cupping his hands in salute to Emo Jingli and noble consort Lu. Wait, noble consort Lu suddenly spoke. Feng Jiao turned around and looked at noble consort Lu indifferently. Noble consort Lu proudly said, "You can't leave." Feng Jiao suddenly smiled. Why not? You trespassed into the Supreme Court. Do you think the Supreme Court is a place where you can come and go as you please? Noble consort Lu said coldly. So, noble consort Lu just wanted to find an excuse to make him stay. Feng Jiao didn't care and asked indifferently, "What do you want? If I want to leave, can you make me stay?" Feng Jiao's skills were a bit difficult to deal with a first-rate master like Emo Xiaoyao. But it wasn't difficult to deal with Emo Jingli and noble consort Lu in this narrow alley. Before he finished speaking, Emo Jingli had already retreated to the side without leaving a trace. He had fought with Feng Jiao when he was young and knew that he was no match for him. In this narrow cell, not many guards could get in. If he was caught or accidentally injured by Feng Jiao, it wouldn't look good. Noble consort Lu certainly didn't want to fight with Feng Jiao. She sneered, "If you dare to leave, I'll kill Feng Huiting." Feng Jiao looked down. After a while, he sighed helplessly and threw a short knife on the ground from his sleeve. He spread his hands at noble consort Lu to show that he didn't have a weapon. Noble consort Lu was satisfied. She waved her hand and had someone come forward to catch Feng Jiao. At the same time, she ordered, "Bring Feng Huiting out as well. I want to take these two away." "King Li, is that all right?" Emo Jingli said impatiently. "Up to you." What he wanted was the Feng family's assets. In the past few years, the two sons of the Feng family had taken over the family business one after another. It didn't matter whether Feng Huiting was there or not. However, he still reminded him, "You'd better be careful. Don't overreach yourself. If you anger Emo Xiaoyao, you won't have to die with him." Noble consort Lu snorted discontentedly. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe that Emo Xiaoyao would kill her. "I naturally know my limits." Feng Jiao was taken away by noble consort Lu without any resistance. Only Feng Huiting was with him. The rest of the Feng family was left to Emo Jingli to deal with. Feng Jiao didn't care about what Emo Jingli planned to do. At least compared to the half-crazy Emo Jingqi and the self-righteous noble consort Lu, Emo Jingli still knew his limits most of the time. The Feng family fell into his hands. As long as the people of the Prince Ding mansion were still in the capital, at least their names were guaranteed. Inside the Prince Ding mansion, Emo Xiaoyao, who had just received a report from his subordinate, raised his sword-like eyebrows and asked with a smile, "So, Feng Jiao was captured by noble consort Lu?" The shadow guard, who was standing a few steps away, couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to retreat a little further without leaving a trace to avoid the prince's seemingly peaceful but actually icy cold flames. But when he met Emo Xiaoyao's smiling eyes, he froze. He braced himself and replied, "Prince, noble consort Lu not only captured young Master Feng San from the Supreme Court, but also took away the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Huiting." Emo Xiaoyao snorted softly and didn't speak. Yili raised her hand and covered Emo Xiaoyao's arm. She smiled faintly and said, "Feng Huiting is Feng San's father after all. If Feng San really doesn't care, then he wouldn't be Feng San." How many people in this world could have a heart of stone that didn't care about anything? No matter how much the Feng family neglected Feng Jiao, Feng Huiting was still Feng Jiao's biological father. It was impossible for Feng Jiao to not care about him all. Just like Leng Haoyu. Leng Haoyu's days in the Leng family might not be better than Feng Jiao's, but when he heard that Leng Huai was besieged, Leng Haoyu still remembered it like it was something. Emo Xiaoyao rolled his eyes unhappily. He looked at Yi Li with some grievance and said, "I didn't say that I wouldn't save Feng Huiting. Why is Feng San sacrificing himself now? Yili smiled and said, I'm afraid this is an accident. Feng Xiao might not have known that noble consort Lu and Prince Li would so coincidentally choose to go to the Supreme Court at that time. It seems at this time, not only the Lu family, but even Prince Li is involved in the Feng family's matter. And Mo Xiaoyao was not surprised. Now, most of the power in the capital is in the hands of Mo Jingli. Without his consent, the Lu family would have to think twice if they want to touch the Feng family. I'm afraid that it's not the Lu family that wants to touch the Feng family, but Mo Jingli that wants to touch the Feng family. Yi Li's heart moved. She looked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, the Feng family's property? Mo Jingli controls the wealthiest place in the entire Dechu state. After all these years, he shouldn't be lacking money. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Although Mo Jingli controls most of the southern part of the Dechu state, his foundation is still very weak. In the end, his foundation is shallow. Jiangnan has a lot of aristocratic families, and their relationships are complicated. It's not that easy for Mo Jingli to get money from these people. And raising an army is a money-burning matter. You're saying Mo Jingli is secretly expanding the army? Yili naturally understood. She couldn't help but frown when she thought of her own guess. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. Mo Jingli hasn't just wanted that dragon throne for a day or two. When the new emperor ascends the throne, we'll return to the northwest. I won't be in the mood to play with him. Yili frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, since it's like this, why must we wait until the new emperor ascends the throne? Because I like to make things difficult for him. As long as Mo Xiaoyao was in the capital, even if Mo Jingli really wanted to usurp the throne, he wouldn't have the guts. Prince! The subordinate who didn't get a reply was still standing alone in the hall. He pitifully looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who had clearly forgotten about his existence. Is there anything else? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Finally finding a chance to speak, the pitiful person hurriedly used the fastest speed to clearly report what she wanted to say. Just now, I received news from Noble Consort Lu that Noble Consort Lu will be visiting Ding Palace tomorrow morning and has some matters to discuss with Wang Yi. Wang Yi, please do not refuse. A certain person who was holding her breath and did not pause for even a moment breathed a sigh of relief. Noble Consort Lu? Visit? Don't refuse? Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. The messenger was crying in his heart. Your Highness, this subordinate is just a messenger. This has nothing to do with me. Yili laughed and pulled Mo Xiaoyao. She smiled at the subordinate and said, all right, Prince knows. You can leave. Thank you, Princess. This subordinate will take his leave. The person who let out a sigh of relief turned around and disappeared from the entrance of the hall. In an unknown prison cell, Feng Xiao sat leisurely on the simple bed in the cell. Feng Huiting, who was locked in the cell next door, was still sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. He had no intention of communicating with Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao sat at the head of the bed and looked at the man in front of him whose hair was almost white. He snorted softly and walked to the railing to knock on it a few times. After a while, someone came in and stared vigilantly at Feng Xiao. He asked, Third young master Fo, what is the matter? Feng Xiao was instantly amused. Oh, you know me? Feng Xiao casually looked at the inconspicuous middle-aged man in front of him. He didn't have any impression of him, but he could see that his martial arts weren't bad. Feng Xiao said, bring me a cloak. Do you want to freeze this young master to death? The middle-aged man faintly glanced at Feng Xiao and turned to leave. After a while, he came in with a dark green brocade rabbit skin cloak. He handed it to Feng Xiao and then turned to leave. Feng Xiao looked at the dark green cloak in his hand and smiled thoughtfully. He raised his hand, and the cloak passed through the bars of the two cells without any obstruction and landed on Feng Huiting's body. Feng Huiting opened his eyes and stared blankly at the cloak on his body. He tilted his head to look at Feng Xiao next to him. Feng Jiao had already slowly walked back to his bed and was facing the wall on the other side, ignoring him. It was the middle of March. Even outside, one could feel a bit of coldness, much less in the dark dungeon. As soon as the cloak was on his body, the coldness that had been on his body dissipated greatly. Feng Huiting silently gathered the cloak around his body and looked at the man in the thin red robe across from him. His eyes revealed a rare softness. Feng Jiao was a martial artist and had been on the battlefield for many years. Naturally, he could feel the gaze on his body. He originally wanted to ignore it in a fit of pique, but the gaze didn't move from his body, making him gradually feel uncomfortable. He suddenly turned around and said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it." Without waiting for Feng Huiting to speak, Feng Jiao continued, "You don't need to think too much. This time, you were implicated by me. Don't worry, I will guarantee that the Feng family will walk out of prison safely." "What did you do?" After a long silence, Feng Huiting asked in a deep voice. Feng Jiao squeezed out a strange smile and looked at Feng Huiting with a trace of deliberate malice. "I kidnapped someone from the palace." As the head of the Feng family, Feng Huiting naturally had his own channels of information. Even if someone in the palace went missing, he would still know a thing or two. Hearing Feng Jiao's words, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "After so many years, you still can't let it go?" This time, it was Feng Jiao's turn to be stunned. He really didn't expect Feng Huiting to know his thoughts back then. He looked at the man across from him with a somewhat complicated expression. After a long while, he anxiously growled, "This has nothing to do with you." The empty cell suddenly fell silent. It was so quiet that it was as if the two people's breathing could be heard. After a long while, Feng Huiting said, "You are so daring because you have Prince Ding's support? If Prince Ding is unwilling or can't help you, what will you do?" Feng Jiao was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Isn't it a bit late to teach me a lesson now?" Feng Jiao did feel very guilty for acting impulsively this time, but when faced with Feng Huiting's cold expression and tone, he couldn't calm down and speak properly. Feng Huiting calmly looked at him for a long time, then finally sighed softly and didn't say anything more. Feng Jiao stared blankly at Feng Huiting, who closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to think. Chapter 615. In the Prime Minister's mansion. In the study, Prime Minister Liu looked at his daughter who was sitting on the side with an indifferent look and frowned. He walked back and forth in the study room with his hands behind his back. After a while, he turned around and stared at noble concubine Liu. "Daughter, what do you want?" Noble concubine Liu raised her head and said unhappily, "What?" Prime Minister Liu said angrily, "What? Why do you ask? We had a good discussion before. Why do you want to mess with Mo Xiaoyao at this time?" Noble concubine Liu frowned slightly. "How did I mess with Mo Xiaoyao?" Prime Minister Liu had a headache. It was good to have a smart, beautiful, and spoiled daughter, but it was a headache to have a disobedient daughter. Rubbing his forehead, Prime Minister Liu took a deep breath and said calmly, "We had a deal. First, we will deal with the matter of the burial. Now that this matter hasn't been resolved, and you've provoked Mo Xiaoyao, if he suddenly interferes, you have to know that Father and Prince Li are still suppressing this matter under the pressure of those scholars and old pedants. As long as Prince Ding says something, those people will make trouble again." Noble concubine Liu supported her head with her hands and looked at Prime Minister Liu indifferently. "What do you want? No matter what, you should let Feng Jiao go first. He is Mo Xiaoyao's man. Since Mo Xiaoyao has said that he has no intention of interfering in the affairs in the capital, we should not mess with him for the time being." Noble concubine Liu said unhappily, "Prince Ding took Tangiji away. Father, don't you know what Feng Jiao did?" "No matter what he did," Prime Minister Liu said firmly, "he took the Empress away. So what? It is not bad for us. If the Empress is still alive, she will be the Empress Dowager when the new emperor ascends the throne. At that time, the Hua family will be able to help the new emperor openly. Isn't it good now? The new emperor is still young. If his birth mother dies early, then, as the previous emperor's imperial concubine, you will naturally be the most powerful person in the palace. What's more, Hua clan has such a weakness in our hands. By then, Prime Minister Lu showed a smug smile when he thought of the situation where Hua clan was under the foot of Lu clan or even under the control of Lu clan. Noble consort Lu lowered her eyes, and a trace of disdain flashed across her eyes. The most powerful person in the palace? So what? Even if it was the position of Empress Dowager, if she didn't have that person, what was the use of those noble positions? Prime Minister Lu turned around and saw the sneer and disdain on noble concubine Lu's lips. He frowned and asked, "Haven't you given up on Prince Ding?" Seeing noble concubine Lu's determined eyes, Prime Minister Lu felt extremely uncomfortable. He was about to spit out a mouthful of blood in his chest. What sin had he committed to have such a disappointing daughter? What a sin. It has been so many years. If Prince Ding likes you, he wouldn't have waited until now. Why are you still? Prime Minister Lu tried his best to persuade her. Shut up. What Prime Minister Lu said really touched noble concubine Lu's bottom line. Her delicate face was instantly covered with a layer of anger. Noble concubine Lu glared at her father in front of her. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't believe it. He doesn't dislike me. He just didn't kill me." Prime Minister Lu didn't know what to say at that moment. Prime Minister Lu didn't know what to say. He really didn't understand where the Lu family's education had failed to raise such a stubborn daughter. A woman in her 30s would be a grandmother in an ordinary family. Even if she didn't enter the palace, she should be a lady in charge of a noble family. How could a woman at her age care about a man wholeheartedly, and a man who didn't care about her at all? Sin! Sin! Prime Minister Lu sighed and stamped his feet. Noble concubine Lu didn't care about her father's anxiety. She showed a faint but sweet smile. Yes, that's right. He just didn't see me. Tomorrow, I will go to the Prince Ding mansion to see him. He will definitely understand how I feel about him. Are you sure he won't kick you out? Prime Minister Lu poured cold water on her mercilessly. Noble concubine Lu caught Prince Ding's people. The most likely reaction of Prince Ding was to detain noble concubine Lu as well. At that time, they would still have to exchange people for her. Maybe they would have to pay a higher price. Prime Minister Lu didn't think that Mo Xiaoyao would pay a high price for Feng Jiao. After all, Feng Jiao was just a subordinate. If Prince Ding got angry because of this, it would be more likely that his dignity was challenged. Prime Minister Lu really couldn't admit that this daughter was taught by him. Noble concubine Lu smiled confidently. No, unless he doesn't want Feng San to die. Prime Minister Lu sneered. Why are you going to see him? Do you want him to marry you? Don't tell me you don't know that Prince Ding loves the princess deeply. For so many years, he only has Princess Ding by his side. Do you think Prince Ding will betray his wife for Feng San? Not only that, Prime Minister Lu was also a man. From a man's point of view, it was absolutely impossible for him to abandon Princess Ding, who was also outstanding in appearance and ability and had been in the same boat with him. For a woman who had been married and had given birth to another man's child, even if that woman was as beautiful as a fairy, abandoning his wife for pure beauty was a despicable thing to do. Prime Minister Lu wasn't a good man, but he wasn't despicable either. How could Prince Ding do something that even he disdained to do? Noble concubine Lu looked at Prime Minister Lu strangely. Father, I really don't understand. Don't you know that both the new emperor and Mo Jingli are far inferior to Prince Ding? As long as Mo Xiaoyao wants, he can get as much as the Chu state. If I get better, the Lu family will get better. Why are you so against it? Prime Minister Lu bitterly smiled in his heart, but once again confirmed that he had failed to educate his daughter. It seemed that it was time to give up. Fortunately, two of his granddaughters were about to reach marriageable age. Although they weren't as beautiful and talented as his daughter, they were still excellent. King Li and King Qin had to be careful. As for Prince Ding, Prime Minister Lu had never considered the possibility of relying on Prince Ding. not only because of the dirty relationship between the Liu family and the Prince Ding mansion, but also because Immo Xiaoyao's behavior was completely different from the Liu family's. Even if Prince Ding really married noble concubine Liu, the Liu family wouldn't get any benefits from it. Helplessly waving his hand, Prime Minister Liu said blandly, "All right, since you don't want to listen to me, then do whatever you want. But I just hope that you won't bring trouble to the Liu family. In the future, you don't have to come back. After all, you're a concubine of the late emperor. It's not appropriate for you to always go out of the palace." Noble concubine Liu paused, looking at Prime Minister Liu confusedly. For so many years, her father had never talked to her in this tone. It wasn't anger or coldness, but a faint disheartened and alienated feeling. Instinctively, noble concubine Liu didn't like this feeling. "Father, all right, you can go now." "Oh, right, I plan to marry Xian to King Li." Prime Minister Liu told her his plan. Chapter 616. Noble consort Liu was stunned for a while. Then she got up and walked out slowly. She was not stupid. She knew what her father meant. It meant that the Liu family would bet on Prince Li. The Liu family had decided to give up on her, the Prince of Qin. At least, the Prince of Qin would not be the most important person to the Liu family in the future. In this life, other than being rejected by Immo Xiaoyao, noble consort Liu's life had always been smooth sailing. She had never thought that one day she would be abandoned by someone. Father, why can't you understand me? I am doing this for my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? Father, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." Looking back, noble consort Liu glanced at Prime Minister Liu, who was thinking with his head lowered in the study. A trace of hatred flashed across her face, and she walked forward steadily. In the dark cell at night, Feng Jiao, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked sideways at Feng Huoding, who was sleeping on the bed with a cloak not far away. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. "Zhuojing." Feng Jiao looked at the door of the cell and asked tentatively. A deep laugh came from the door of the cell. Qin Feng appeared at the door of the cell and looked at him leisurely. He teased, "It's not Zhuojing, but Zhuojing asked me to tell you something." "What is it?" Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why are you here?" He remembered that Qin Feng did not come to the capital with them. Qin Feng walked into the dungeon and said with a smile, "Zhuojing said, Prince is very angry. As for why I am here, it's a coincidence. As soon as I came to the capital, I heard that young Master Feng San was caught by a woman. So I came to visit him. After all, compared with Zhuojing, we are colleagues, aren't we? It's an accident." Hearing that the prince was very angry, Feng Jiao shrank his neck out of habit and said calmly, "This was really an accident. How could he have known that the woman would run to the Supreme Court at that time?" Noble consort Liu was a woman who had lost her mind for the prince. She was an Immo Jingli. If he dared to run, noble consort Liu would really dare to kill Feng Huoding. Although he hated Feng Huoding for neglecting him, it wasn't to the point where he wanted him dead. Qin Feng tilted his head and smiled at the person in the cell next to him. "Uncle, I'm Qin Feng. He's Feng San's friend." "How's Uncle?" Feng Huoding, who was in the cell next door, woke up as soon as they spoke. A place like a cell wasn't a place where people could sleep soundly. Feng Huoding was startled, but he nodded and said, "This old man is fine. Many thanks, young Master Qin." Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "This time, it's Feng San's fault for being impulsive. When we return, our prince will teach him a lesson. Uncle, let's go now." Feng Huoding's expression was complicated, and there was a hint of bitterness on his lips. His son was impulsive, but he needed someone else to teach him a lesson and apologize to him, his father. For the first time in his life, Feng Huoding felt that perhaps he had really done something wrong to his son. Qin Feng walked up and casually pulled out a dagger that was shining with cold light. With a casual slash, the finger-thick iron chain and the huge copper lock on the cell were cut off. Qin Feng reached out and caught it, then threw it back and opened the cell door. Qin Feng stood at the door of the cell and looked at Feng Huoding with a smile. "Uncle, please." Seeing that Feng Huiting was still hesitating, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Although the other members of the Feng family are in Prince Li's hands, he won't hurt them." However, the Feng family's property was in doubt. It was a pity that they had made a lot of money in shilling last year. Prince Ding, who was already rich, didn't lack money. In any case, it was the property of the Feng family, so they were a little embarrassed to take it. Otherwise, they could also have a share. Only then did Feng Huiting walk out. He looked at Qin Feng and said, "Prince Ding's subordinates are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Qin Feng smiled faintly. He casually played with the dagger in his hand and said, "It's just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle. Uncle, please. Our people will be waiting outside." Feng Huiting thanked him. He glanced at Feng Jiao and walked out the door. Qin Feng smiled at Feng Jiao and followed. Feng Jiao, who was still in the cell, was dumbfounded. "Qin Feng, I haven't come out yet." Qin Feng looked at the sky innocently. "What?" "The order I received was to save Master Feng, who is implicated by the subordinates of the Prince Ding mansion. Who else is there?" "I didn't hear anything." "You?" Feng Jiao gritted his teeth. Qin Feng smiled very happily. "Feng-san, you should obediently continue to stay in prison. Maybe by the time you come out, Prince's anger will have subsided. Also, don't tell me you can't break a small iron chain. Oh, and Prince Ding Mansion has ordered that since you like to stay in prison so much, you can stay there for 2 more days. Don't worry, that woman definitely won't kill you for the sake of the prince. Just you wait." Feng Jiao glared angrily at the person who left. He knew that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't do this just to punish him. However, when he thought of Qin Feng's smug and mocking expression, he couldn't help but curse in his heart with resentment. This young master curses your love life to be bumpy. Qin Feng, who had just walked out of the secret cell, shivered for no reason. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The weather in March was indeed a bit cold. Qin Feng brought Feng Huiting out. They didn't encounter any obstructions along the way. Seeing the powerful subordinates of the Prince Ding mansion, Feng Huiting's heart wavered and he pondered deeply. When they returned to the Prince Ding mansion, the sky was already slightly bright. Feng Huiting was familiarized with the place. After eating a bit of breakfast, he was brought to see Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili weren't in the study. Instead, they were in a quiet little garden in the depths of the Prince Ding mansion. When Feng Huiting was brought over, Mo Xiaoyao was practicing his swordsmanship. Not far away, Yi Li and the Empress were sitting at a stone table and talking. Not far from the table, 2 children were squatting on the ground with their heads together. It was unknown what they were talking about. The first rays of the morning sun shone in the courtyard. The faint fragrance of orchids filled one's nose, making one feel relaxed and happy. "It's old Master Feng? Come and sit." Yili was the first to notice Feng Huiting. She turned around and spoke with a smile. Feng Huiting walked forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings to Princess Ding. Greetings to Empress Nyang Nyang." Almost instantly, the Empress clearly sensed that Feng Huiting was criticizing her. She smiled faintly and didn't speak. She was only a guest right now, so she naturally couldn't steal the limelight. Yili sighed helplessly in her heart. If the Empress could sense it, she would naturally be able to. Mo Xiaoyao had dragged the Empress to see Feng Jiao together. She didn't know if Feng Jiao would blame them in the future. However, Yili understood Mo Xiaoyao's thoughts. If the Empress was going to be with Feng Jiao in the future, then Feng Huiting was a hurdle they had to pass. If Feng Jiao really didn't care about Feng Huiting, or if Feng Huiting didn't care about Feng Jiao at all, then it wasn't a big deal. However, Feng Jiao's behavior clearly wasn't the case. The reason why Feng Huiting was hostile to the Empress was naturally because of Feng Jiao. "Old Master Feng, please sit. Feng San's impulsive actions have implicated the Feng family. Please don't blame him, Old Master Feng." Hearing this, Feng Huiting smiled bitterly. Wang Fei is too serious. This old man is ashamed. If he hadn't neglected his son and neglected to teach him, Feng Jiao might not have cared so much about the Empress and even impulsively barged into the palace to kidnap her. He also knew how much the Empress cared for Feng Jiao in the past. So even so, he didn't have the face to blame the Empress. Looking at the white-clothed child who shyly jumped into Princess Ding's arms, and the black-clothed boy who walked over with a solemn expression and climbed onto a stool to sit properly, a trace of regret flashed through Feng Huiting's eyes. If Jiao's child might have already been older than these two children. To the side, Imo Xiaoyao stopped his sword and casually threw it back into the scabbard hanging from a nearby tree before walking over. Yi Li casually handed over her handkerchief. Imo Xiaoyao took it and wiped his forehead that barely had any sweat before sitting down next to Yi Li. Prince. Feng Huiting wanted to get up, but Imo Xiaoyao waved his hand to indicate for him to sit down. No need to be so courteous. This time, it was all Feng San's fault. Old Master Feng didn't suffer much, right? Imo Xiaoyao asked. Feng Huiting felt a bit uncomfortable. This was already the third person to say this to him. This meant that the people of the Prince Ding mansion truly treated Feng Jiao as a family member and not a simple subordinate. But at the same time, this was the greatest insult to him as a father. But at this time, Feng Huiting wasn't in the mood to care about this. He worriedly asked Prince Jiao. He knew that Feng Jiao hadn't followed them out of the dungeon, even though Qin Feng had told him that Feng Jiao had another mission. Imo Xiaoyao casually brushed aside his white hair that was blown up by the breeze. His lips curled into a faint smile. Old Master Feng, don't worry. Feng Sen will be back today. But with his temperament, it's good for him to be taught a lesson so that he won't be hot-headed in the future. Hearing Imo Xiaoyao say this, Feng Huiting felt a bit apprehensive, but he could only let it go. At the very least, he believed that Prince Ding wouldn't let Feng Jiao's life be in danger. He cupped his hands towards Imo Xiaoyao and said, "This one thanks Prince for your help. If there's anything this one can do in the future, Prince, please don't hesitate to tell me." Imo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Old Master Feng, there's no need to be so polite. It was just a small matter. It's just that, ? Feng Huiting calmly waited for Imo Xiaoyao's words. The Feng family's business is most likely. As far as I know, your two sons have already sided with Prince Li. Before you came back, I received news that the Feng family has already been released. The price is 70% of the Feng family's business." Imo Xiaoyao picked up his teacup and took a sip as he spoke calmly. Chapter 617. What? These two bastards. Feng Huiting gritted his teeth in anger. The reason why the Feng family was loyal to Mo Jingxi was not without reason. Back then, the Feng family almost experienced a disaster. At that time, it was Mo Jingxi, who was still a prince, who helped. No matter how much people criticized Mo Jingxi's character, he had truly saved the Feng family and its huge foundation. It was because of this that Feng Huiting drove out Feng Jiao, who was close to Prince Ding. It was not only because he was afraid of being suspected by the royal family. The Feng family clearly knew that Mo Jingli was harmed by him, but they still relied on him. Although Feng Huiting was a businessman, he still maintained some integrity. In the eyes of Feng Huiting, this was ungrateful behavior. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the silent empress with a faint smile and said, "Master Feng, you don't need to be angry. Speaking of which, your son is just thinking about the lives of the Feng family." Of course, he added fuel to the fire. He did not feel regret handing over more than half of the Feng family to Mo Jingli. Money could be earned at any time, but the people who earned money, the two legitimate sons of the Feng family, were enough. The one who was truly capable was the one in front of him. The Feng family only had its current power and wealth in his hands. Prince Ding's residence had a wide variety of businesses, and there were countless of them. He could no longer trust Han Minghua. Han Mingxi and Lung Haoyu were gradually struggling to cope. Moreover, the development of the Northwest had gradually begun to reach a bottleneck. He needed business geniuses very much. So what was a Feng family? With enough talents, he would soon have 2, 3, or even 10 Feng families. Although the Mo family was not good at business, they never lacked money because they were better at using others to make money. Feng Huiting was able to make the Feng family flourish in his hands. Naturally, he was not stupid. He smiled helplessly and said, "I'm afraid that Prince Li has long set his eyes on the Feng family's businesses." Many people knew that the Feng family was the late emperor's people. Although Mo Jingli was not as suspicious as Mo Jingqi, he would never be at ease letting the Feng family out of his control, not to mention the Feng family's coveted wealth. Rather than saying that the matter this time was caused by Feng Zhiyao, it was better to say that it was brought about by the Feng family's wealth. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and did not answer. He liked to talk to smart people. "Prince, noble consort Lu wants to see you." At the crescent door, Zhuo Jing reported. Mo Xiaoyao smiled at Feng Huiting and said, "Aren't we here now? Is Feng San is here?" "Zhuo, what's wrong with him?" the two voices asked in unison. Before they could finish speaking, the two of them looked at each other with awkward expressions. Yili smiled and patted the back of the emperor's hand. "Zhuo Jing, if you say so, it should not be a big problem, but it was inevitable to suffer a little." Yili, of course, would not say that Mo Xiaoyao sent Qin Feng to take Feng Huiting away in advance to deal with Feng Zhiyao. This time, Feng Zhiyao caused a lot of trouble, which made Prince Ding very unhappy. If Feng San had told Mo Xiaoyao in advance, Missouri Xiaoyao would have just had to move his mouth. But now so many things happened. Of course, the prince was unhappy. "Let's go. Let's see how daring noble consort Lu is to dare to detain I's people." Everyone present, except for Yi Li and Mo Xiaobao, couldn't help but tremble at the coldness in his voice. Even the youngest, Lung Junhan, cleverly hid her little head in Yi Li's arms. Yi Li picked up Lung Junhan and stood up. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the little brat in his wife's arms. He snorted and reached out to pick him up. Lung Junhan hung in the air and stared blankly at a certain white-haired person. She pouted and reached out her little hand to Yi Li. "Anti-hug." On the side, Zhuo Jing looked at the little dumpling in Mo Xiaoyao's arms with admiration. Who said that Lung Haoyu's son was timid? He clearly had the guts of a leopard. Mo Xiaobao also wiped his sweat. Little dummy Lung wouldn't be killed by his father, right? This was the first subordinate he planned to have in the future. In the main hall of Prince Ding Mansion, noble consort Lu sat on a carved sandalwood chair, deep in thought. Opposite her, the handsome young Master Feng San was tied up and thrown into a chair. Behind Feng Zhiyao stood two tall men, one on the left and one on the right. Their eyes were reserved, and the meridians in front of their temples bulged slightly. It was obvious that they were internal experts. Originally, noble consort Lu would never bring Feng Zhiyao to the Prince Ding Mansion. After all, Feng Zhiyao was one of her bargaining chips. But when she arrived at the Prince Ding Mansion, she realized that without Feng Zhiyao, she couldn't enter the Prince Ding Mansion at all. Feng Zhiyao leaned back in the chair. Being tied up like a dumpling made him very uncomfortable. Also, his body was whipped a few times, and it was burning with pain. Feng Zhiyao, who hadn't been injured for a long time, couldn't help cursing in his heart. The way he stared at noble consort Lu became even more vicious. He must kill this woman. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see Mo Xiaoyao come, and no one came to serve her tea. Noble consort Lu was not in the mood to criticize the hospitality of the Prince Ding Mansion. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if she was thinking about something important. "Prince, princess." Outside the door came the sound of the guards and maid saluting. Noble consort Lu raised her head. Her eyes brightened, and her hands and her sleeves clenched tightly. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili came in side by side. Mo Xiaoyao was holding a pink boy in white clothes. Beside Mo Xiaoyao and Yili was the young master of the Prince Ding Mansion, Mo Xiaobao, who made noble consort Lu gnash her teeth in hatred. Seeing noble consort Lu, Mo Xiaobao's eyes brightened. Noble consort Lu suddenly had a bad feeling. Before she could say anything, Mo Xiaobao said cheerfully, "Auntie, why are you here again?" Auntie? Lung Junhan tilted her head and looked at noble consort Lu curiously. She blinked her eyes in confusion. This auntie was very beautiful. She didn't look like the old auntie in the mansion at all. Idiot, little dummy Lung. The old auntie in the mansion is called Mama. This one is called Annie. Mo Xiaobao said disdainfully. Obviously, little dummy Lung accidentally asked her question. Hearing Mo Xiaobao's nondescript explanation and looking at noble consort Lu's expression, Yili couldn't help laughing secretly. Perhaps it was because Mo Xiaoyao had suppressed him too much, but Mo Xiaobao's ability to spout nonsense improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even Yili couldn't tell if he was being serious or purposely trying to anger her. Prince Ding, noble consort Lu's face darkened. If he kept talking, she was afraid that she really couldn't help but beat the little guy. Mo Xiaoyao stepped into the hall indifferently. He put Lung Junhan on the chair beside Feng Zhiyao, glanced at the two people standing behind Feng Zhiyao, and said, "Get out." The two people moved, but found in horror that they couldn't move at all. They couldn't even move a finger, let alone do anything to Feng Zhiyao or the child who was looking at them curiously in the chair. They seemed to be stiff all of a sudden. Obviously, Prince Ding's skills were much higher than what they had imagined. Was this the strength of one of the four great masters? Sweat oozed from the two people's foreheads silently, as if it was raining. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.